record the meeting as well. Let's see. Okay, that's being live streamed. Um, Herb, do you know where the record button is on Zoom?
Yes, they moved it. It should be in the top right, um in the frame.
They did move it. Okay, well, I will work on that. Um, but in the meantime, all right. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get started with this demonstration. I'll ask you to please hold your questions until the end of the demonstration. You can also type your questions and comments into the chat, which I'll be monitoring and I may reference during the presentation. As well, please mute your microphone for the duration of the presentation to prevent echoes and feedback. And if I mute you, don't take it personally. You can unmute yourself at any time. All right. With that, Peter, if you're ready, I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you, Matt. That's wonderful start to the evening. And I've got to go now. It's getting a little late up here in Toronto. But only kidding. So I have a little philosophy statement about me and 2D to 3D conversions. The way I do them is a way I sort of learned in isolation and through the years experimenting with other methods of converting stuff. And I don't claim I've got the best way or even the easiest way. It's just my way that I do it. And I'm open to learn any fresh methods or procedures that others might have to improve or make easier, faster what I'm doing. My philosophy on conversions is trying to achieve a pleasing result where the flaws are not overwhelming. I'm not looking for perfection, although the method I use can be continued to better quality if one wants to, or come back to an image and fix it up more later. I generally work for a while and looking at the results on the way and then decide the conversion looks good enough and I stop working on it. This may not be your philosophy, and I respect that. So having said that, I will now begin with doing a conversion. Matt sent me a photo of the 1906 earthquake that he had found, I guess, on where the Library of Congress did it. So Matt sent me this, and we can, what we do is our procedure is to get the flat 2D image and fix it up to the state that you want to have it to be at the end, because it's harder to fix it up after converting and everything else.
And
So I
Peter, I
will
think there's some
share.
things that don't do well in conversions, right? Things like telephone lines, rigging. There's some things that the AI just gets confused by.
Chain link fences, semi-transparent things. And luckily for me, because I'm not doing a living, I just go throw it in the garbage if I can't do it. So I do want me to share my screen
Yeah,
now?
why don't you share your screen? And I think you're set up for that.
Okay. I see a bunch of selections here.
It's going to be the green button with the arrow on it. It'll say share screen, and it's going to be at the bottom
Yeah, I've
of
done that.
Zoom.
I see a shared screen now. Do everyone else see that? It's got about
Yeah,
4 or
you click
5
it.
windows on it. Screen 2, screen 1, etc.
Yeah, so select your screen.
All right. I better move everyone off to the side, the actual link here of all the people. Okay, let me load something in and see if you actually see it.
You'll have to push the share button. At the bottom of the screen, there's a share button. After you select your screen, then you push the share button.
Oh, okay. Share screen. I'm trying to get this screen up.
There we
Does
go.
everyone see an old picture of a
Yes.
1906?
Looks like you've got it in Photoshop.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
we see
I'm
it.
going to have to drag and drop things back and forth for people to see stuff. So my first thing I'm going to go to is the picture that Matt gave me from the Library of Congress. And here is the original that Matt sent. Luckily, in the Library of Congress, there are several resolutions you can choose, including nice high ones. So what I did was I chose one that is around 4962 wide by 4,000 high, and it's way too much for what I usually use. So what I did was I did cropping to bring it down, and I resized it to around 2,300 pixels wide. So we're not going to go through a whole lot about the fixing up of a 2D image, but just to say that it is important and we have to do it. So here we look at our 2D image that we want to work with. And we have some issues here. There's borders on the picture. There is a spot up in the cloud there that needs to be fixed, and another spot. Telephone lines, which I'm not a fan of. We can get rid of those, clone them out. Down here, we have another telephone line. Does everyone see my mouse wiggling around, by the way?
Yes.
Good. And down here at the very bottom is text and a watermark, which has to be removed as well. So that's sort of where we will be aiming. So what I would do here is take out the telephone line, take out these spots in the sky, clone out this text on the ground and the watermark, and then this awkward kind of faded part of a building, I would simply crop it out. I just move it in, crop it down. Same with the other side, although what I do in the other side, which can take a little bit of cloning, is clone the road into this black area a bit and then crop it out. So that's essentially how we get our picture fixed. And rather than go through all of that, I will go straight to the fixed picture, which is that one. So all this is, and I did not do the telephone lines over the buildings because they take more time, and they can always be done later if need be. So this will become our picture that we are now going to convert. As well as doing all those cloning and changes I described, I also do an auto tone image auto contrast just to kind of perk up the, excuse me, the colors a little bit. And when you're
Not in this
finished,
case, though, being a black and white image.
Yeah. When I say color, I guess just the contrast and the tone. Then when you've done it as best you want to convert, you rename it from the Library of Congress name to the name of the picture you're doing, which in this case is Palace Hotel 1906. So what I would do now, I'm going to get rid of this stuff out of Photoshop. I'm dragging over my folder of where the thing is located, and here it is located down in the left corner here. I now open Leah Pix.
Peter, I think this you'll need to drag over to the
Left side.
monitor you're sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm opening Leah here.
Yeah. Peter, I think you shared the application rather than the screen. So if you go back and share the screen that has the application on it, then you'll be cool.
So I can choose the other screen, which has the application, can I?
Yeah, you have a
Without
choice.
dragging it over?
Well, I think you've shared the application, not the screen.
Yeah, you have a choice
Oh,
between sharing the whole monitor basically, or just specific applications that are running on that monitor. And it looks like what
oh,
you've done here is shared the Photoshop app. You can stop sharing that and then share again and
okay,
pick
this is
the
past my pay scale. I can even just verbally describe what I do in LayerPix rather than have it in front of you to do. Does that make it easy?
No, let's stop sharing this. Why don't you turn your sharing off?
Sharing off,
Yeah.
okay.
I think I can stop it for you.
Stop share. Here we are.
And now start share again. And um, this time you can pick the either the LayerPix window, or you can pick the whole screen that it's on.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get LayerPix launched.
Sure.
Then,
And while Peter is doing this, if you would like to see this on your own, there is a link to LeahPix in the chat. LeahPix is um, well, it's a commercial service, so you do have to pay to use it. You buy credits, and depending on the type of conversion that you're doing, whether you're outputting a side by side or a anaglyph or a depth map, as we're going to do tonight, the cost runs around maybe 25 cents per conversion. So it's not an expensive service. Um, there is a free version that you can use to try out. You're limited, I think, in the resolution, and the free versions are watermarked also. But that's a great way to get started without investing any money in this. Peter, it looks like we've got LayerPix in front of us. I
oh,
see
ready?
it's asking you if you'd like to resume where you left off.
And I'm starting a new picture here.
Okay.
And
So
we're
here
gonna,
Peter has gone to the LeahPix website, and he already has an account, and he's already purchased his credits. Peter, you look exceedingly wealthy in LeahPix credits there.
well, they gave me a very good discount for those.
Okay.
I'm
That's like a
dragging and
lifetime
dropping.
supply.
Okay, I'm dragging and dropping our finished 2D picture of that scene into LayerPix. And here it is wiggling around. And in the right-hand column, I click horizontal only, which is what all I need. I then click export. And it comes up as a small screen, and I push next, which gives me limited is the one I think that's free, but it has watermarks all over it. I use the premium one, and I pick grayscale map, depth map, which is down at the bottom. It's 30 points. And then from there, I would go to the bottom and push export. But I'm not going to push export because I'd just be paying another 30 points, and we've already done this picture. That is how I use LayerPix. Now, there's much more sophisticated ways to use LayerPix where you can actually pick the depth map that you kind of like and so on. I'm not really familiar with that, so I just use whatever they give me here. Someone may have a suggestion on how to use it better. So now I'm going to close LayApex. Oh, okay, sharing is stopped. Okay. So now we are going to go to our finished LayApex picture, which is a grayscale map. And I have to find out how to share the screen again. Share screen. And I want to, I guess, pick this one.
If you share the entire screen, Peter, then whatever you're doing on your screen as you move from app to app, it's just going to share whatever's open on your screen instead of having to close and reopen.
Okay, because when I closed it, the screen went. So I guess I should have dragged it off and not closed.
Well, what you can do is, it looks like now you're sharing your screen because I see your icons on the bottom. So now anything you do on the screen should be shared.
Yeah, now you can do the drag them on and off screen, I think, Peter. We're looking at your
You-
Outlook inbox right now.
Okay, thank you.
And
So
behind that, I think you've got Photoshop.
I think I must have. I got Outlook. That's the thing we're looking at now. But if I click it off, it will disappear the screen, right? So I should drag it off, not click it off. Now,
No, since you've shared the screen, anything that you put on the screen will show. It does not stop when you stop the application. That's the difference
Oh.
between the two.
so I can turn off my inbox of Outlook and nothing should disappear.
That's
Okay.
correct, yes. Yeah, we still see your screen. We see your layers panel from Photoshop.
All
So you should be
right.
able to drag what you're working on over and we'll be able to see it.
Okay. So
There it is.
here is, now is it in Photoshop or where is it?
I think you just put it on your desktop.
So
There we
this
go.
is what we end up with as when we did LayApex, only they have white as the foreground and dark as the background. And I like to do it with black in the foreground. So you just go to Photoshop and click invert, and it will turn to the other way around. Because Stereo Photo Maker sort of likes it with black in front of all the grayscale maps. Can do the other way around, but it kind of likes it that way.
And Peter, this is the depth map that you downloaded, you exported from LayApex. This is what LayApex gave you for your 30
Yes,
credits or whatever it was.
that's it. This is when you pay the 25 cents, this is what you get.
All right.
And it's sized at the slightly smaller version that we had, which is around 2192. When we did all our cropping, we trimmed off a little of the side. So this is the size of our image we're going to be working on. So now, the trick now is to load the original flat picture, that's normal picture, and load this depth map.
Peter, before you do that, were you going to invert this? Nima has given us a great reminder in the chat. Black in the back is a great mnemonic to remember the ordering of the depth in LayApex. So do you want the background to be black, or do you want the black background to be white in this case?
It comes from LayApex with white in the front. I have inverted this already.
Okay, got it. So in this case, the white color is the farthest back, and the black colors, or shades, I should say, are the closest objects in this.
Yes. And the way you can do that is through, in Photoshop, go to Image, Adjustments, down to Invert. Now it's inverted. That's the way it comes from LayerPix. But I prefer to work it inverted already the other way
Got
around.
it.
So I just can invert it again. So we now will open Stereo Photo Maker. And we're going to load that image, inverted already, and the original into Stereo Photo Maker. So hopefully you can see the empty Stereo Photo Maker screen.
Yes, we can see that.
I am now dragging in the original and the depth map. You need the depth map over on the right-hand side. So you go up to this flip them around little button here and flip them around. You now push Alt plus D and a dialog box comes up. I hope everyone can see this.
Yes, it's right in front of us.
All right. And what you do is I like to have a little more if we use the deviation they give you, which is 30 and 0, we don't see much 3D. In fact, I'll just click it. If we put on our side-by-side glasses, you can see it has some 3D already. So to get back to the depth map, you click Z and it goes back to the depth map. And sorry, did I do that too fast? No one could see it yet.
I think
So
we're following.
anyway, to make it more depth, you can Alt D, change deviation to maybe 60, which is basically giving it more punch. I choose the FR position here in the dialog box. And you can choose 0, which puts everything behind the screen. Or go to a number where I pick something partway through the crowd. You can see the number wiggling around as I wiggle the eyedropper, because that's where it's picking it, from 255 far back to 0 in front. And I usually work it at around 70 or so. So I just type in 70. And this is just the way I like to work. It's got nothing to do with the way we're going to get it done in the end. Now, if we put on our side-by-side pairs, we can notice that it's got a bit more depth than it did before. So from this, we are going to now start working on this. So what we do is we basically look this over, looking for things that are not right. And we're going to make a bit of a list for these. We are only going to do a couple here for this demo to start us off, and then we're going to jump right to the final. For instance, in this one, from my point of view, we have a right-hand telephone pole that's kind of leaning backwards. And of course, this is just my opinion on it. I think it should be straighter. We also have two newsboys here who are not really where they should be. And if we zoom in on Stereo Photo Maker, and let's say go to the newsboys, and then look at it in 3D, you can see the newsboy on the left, his head is actually missing. LayerPix did not pick it up. If everyone, it's a classic zooming in and out in Stereo Photo Maker to see close-ups. And you can use the hand control dragging over, and this telephone pole that I'm not fond of is leaning backwards. So that's how you assess your image. You're not fixing anything yet, but you're seeing what it is. And there's lots of other things, but we're going to just start with those three things. So we wind this back down to normal. and we drag this over to the left screen, which you can't see because we have to now work in Photoshop to do the fixing up. So what we're going to do in Photoshop is have the depth map loaded. We are going to load the original, and we are going to layer. We go back and forth, depth map, original, flat. We are going to layer, which is select all, copy, W, which means get rid of it, don't save it, and paste. We've done it as a layer now. We've got the depth map on top of the original, and we eyeball it, we can see it like that. We label the layers, so we push label depth map for the top layer, original for the bottom layer. Okay, where you can't see, but I have two monitors, as I glance over on the left just to remind myself what I need to fix up. From what we've just recently discussed, we know we want to change this pole over here. So we can click the depth map off just to see the pole. This pole here, we'd like to straighten it out. So what we do first is we to create a new layer and just call it right pole. Okay, we now have got a new layer called right pole. There's nothing in it. It's completely blank, but we're going to make something in it. We now zoom in on the pole itself. Click off the depth map so we can see the darn pole in real life. And we are going to outline this pole. And the way we do it is we go to the loop, what's it called? The tool that has the funny little, hang on, I'll get the
Looking for the
toolbar.
lasso tool. There we
Lasso
go.
tool, thank you. That's what it's called, yep. And we go to the bottom of the pole. I don't know if you see my mouse here.
We can see it. Yeah, see you
Yep.
moving it around.
And we are going to outline the pole. So I push Alt, lasso tool, run it up to the top of the pole, go over, bring it back down to the ground, let go of the Alt, and we have now selected it. So we got the dancing ants around the right pole. We push H, Control H, just gets rid of the dancing ants, but we're going to put them back on because right now we're going to select in the top menu bar, save selection, name it right pole. So we have now saved the selection that we've made here, so we can go back to it if we want to at a later time. What we do now is we go to Control H to just get rid of the dancing ants. We turn the depth map back on, and it's just to show you it's still selected. There's Control H. So that pole is selected, but it hasn't been changed in any way on the depth map.
And Peter, just to make sure I'm clear, the pole, as I see it, it's dark on the bottom, and then there's sort of a gradient, kind of fades, goes lighter and lighter as it goes higher. So
Yep.
when this is converted to a side-by-side, that makes the pole look like it's kind of bending back in space, right?
Exactly. The lighter the top of the pole from the bottom means it's bending backwards, tilting backwards.
And we don't want it tilting backwards. We want it straight.
Straight. So what we do now is we're going to make this grayscale map basically straight, meaning we'll fill it with the same color, which will make it whatever distance it is upright. and we get the eyedropper tool. We can zoom in a little bit here. And we eyedrop the bottom of the pole where it meets the ground. Because if you eyedropper it too light, it will be too far back and buried in the ground. If you do it too dark, it'll be in the front and floating in the air above the ground. So by selecting it right at the ground, the eyedropper, and if you look over on the left to the toolbar, I'm just going to click in different, you see how the foreground color is changing as I go all over the place. That
Yes.
shows the color we're picking for this changing the grayscale. So I'm going to the bottom of the bar, sorry, where the pole meets the ground. I'm going to just go back to normal size of the picture. And we are now choosing the right pole layer, which is basically empty. We go to Edit, Fill, Foreground Color, OK. And the pole now is upright, although we can't see it yet in real life. I'm just going to do a Control Z, off, and on. So people see that on the pole on the right-hand side?
Yeah. So when
Going
it's a
off and on.
solid color like that, it's not going to bend back towards the background. It's going to stay on its own plane in
Yes,
3D
it should
space.
be, because the bottom of the pole is the same as the top of the pole, meaning they're in the same depth in the world, meaning straight up and down. We now are going to go over to these kids on the right. So the pole is now done. So we're going to just zip over here to these boys. And if we turn off the depth map for a moment, click it, eyeball back and forth, you can see this boy doesn't have a head that matches his body for the depth. It's just missing in part of the background. So what we have to do now is create a layer for the left boy and call it left boy. So new layer, left boy. Okay. We now have a blank, and it's got nothing in it. It's totally blank. And we are now going to outline the left boy with the same lasso tool. Now I am trying to lasso and nothing's happening. And the reason is the right pole is still on with its dancing ants, which we don't want at this time. So you push Control D, and that gets rid of any other selections you might have that you're not even sure where they are. So now, after pushing Control D, the lasso tool works again. And now I'm outlining the boy. Now, I think there's much better ways to outline things than what I'm doing, but this is just the way I know because of the Photoshop I have is not the latest version or anything.
Peter, I suspect we're going to be hearing about that at the Q&A
Yeah.
session after this. Yes.
Yeah, but you can see what I'm doing. I'm just running around the boy. And it doesn't have to be super good, but as well as you can quickly. And we now are going to save this selection. So we go to top is select, save selection, and we call it left boy. Click OK. So now we have the left boy selected. It's like the pole. We now go to the depth map, push Control H to get rid of the ants, and we can see where the boy's feet meet the ground, where the color of the ground and the color of the boy are the same at the feet, which is logical and correct because he's obviously standing on the ground. So we also get an eyedropper and we click it on the bottom of the boy's feet. Now I'm just clicking all over the place to show you how the eyedropper picks a different foreground anywhere you click it. So we're going to click it at the bottom of the boy's feet. And the boy again is upright like a pole, so he's fairly straight up and down. And we now go to the left boy layer. We choose it off the layer menu. We go to Edit, Fill, Foreground Color, and the boy has now just popped in the way we outlined him. I'll just turn that off for a moment. Back on, and you can see how his head, which wasn't in the original depth map, is now there, properly placed. Now, another thing we can do here, that we have the left boy here nicely outlined. And if we just click the depth map off, we see him sitting there as an actual depth map. Now, if we put the dancing ants back on and zoom in, we can push Control H, and we have tiny little variances where not only was the boy's head missing in Leopix's original conversion, they also converted a little bit of the boy into the background. So he leaked into the background leaked into his head. So there's a way to fix that up quite neatly and quickly, which is using the dancing ants. You go to Select, Inverse. We've now selected everything but the boy. Kill the dancing ants, go to the depth map layer, pick the clone tool, make it a nice little size. Click off the depth map for a moment to see what's behind the boy on the real ground. And it's the road behind him and things way in the background. So now we know we can clone this background up to the edge of the boy. So we just Control, pick the clone mark on the depth map and sweep it into the boy. Because the boy is selected inverse, we don't actually touch the actual boy. We touch the thing up to him. Back of his neck, the same thing. Click it up close. And for his front of his chest is a little done, and we just clean that up. So we've actually made the boy a little neater and picked better. And the background now matches what it should be without the boy leaking into it. After we finish that, I just Control H just to see where I'm standing. I also make sure the boy's touching the ground properly. So I Control H again. I go to Image, just to show you what can be done here. Adjustments, Brightness, Contrast. Using the slider and brightness, we can go way up, way out. But at first I will select Inverse, so we're back on the actual boy. Select Inverse. We're back to the boy. And I just want to illustrate how you can monkey with these sliders on brightness. That means the boy is way, way in the back and he's sunken into the scene because it has no relationship to where he's around. You run the slider the other way and he's now way in front of the scene and he's floating in air right next to us. Both of those are wrong. So we can just take the slider I turn the ants off because I like to look a bit better without the ants. And run the slider till the road and the slider and the boy meet at the ground. When you get it to where it was, you just click OK. And that was all done just monkeying around with it. Okay, we now have the left boy done. We now are going to go in on the right boy. So same deal. We create a layer called new layer, name it right boy. Okay. And again, it's blank. There's nothing in it. We kill the depth map. And here is our right boy. And he's carrying some newspapers, it looks like. So we are going to now outline the right boy. I start using this just to see that it works, click it off just to show that I don't have to kill a selection that's already going. So we now can start to do the right-hand boy. Same deal, we outline the right-hand boy. And sometimes you get into judgment. It looks like lumber is behind him stacked. So I have just chosen where I feel his elbow is and left the lumber out of the scene because that's in the background. But sometimes you hit an ambiguous scene where you're not quite sure what the foreground is. And when you finally turn it into 3D, if you don't like it, you can go back and change it. For me, the slowest part of the work is the outlining of everything.
I'm sure Matt has already covered this, but there is a much quicker way to do it. I'm sure.
Absolutely. I'm sure this is archaically old-fashioned.
Well, I think your version of Photoshop has it. You can just select. This is a high contrast image. This boy, you should be able to select it. And
We'll cover that
yeah,
the Q&A.
Yeah, no,
I know that Peter is
welcome
very
that.
interested.
I
Yeah.
welcome that, how to do that. Now, just in here, the boy has a brim, and I've sort of not given him a brim in my selection. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to shift outline the lasso and just basically draw a little brim of a hat in here. Who knows? So now we have the boy outlined with the brim of a hat. We select, save selection, and we call it right boy. You can also change the names of any of these things if you find they don't confuse or they need changing. We now have the right boy selected. So we do the same deal here. We just put the depth map on, and you can see we have a lot of the right boy isn't quite right. The newspapers are too far behind the boy. They're not actually attached to where he would have them in his hand. So we now do the same deal with the eyedropper tool. I drop the bottom of the boy where he meets the road. Go to right boy in the selection layer up here. Edit. Fill. Foreground color. The boy is now selected. Kill the dancing ants. And this is our right-hand boy here. And you can see when we blink him on and off, we can see how much different it is from the Leopix original selection. We also now can do the same trick here with select inverse. Now we selected the outside of the boy. And we now can go around and clean up the boy, the edges of the boy behind his neck here.
Hmm.
This makes it cleaner. Up in his hat, you can see how I'm just sort of grabbing the color of the depth map behind him. And down here, I can just do all of this, the road, whatever's near him. And now that's done. We go select inverse again, just because I like the habit of having the things I'm doing selected, not the outside. And in all of this, you have to make sure you're doing all this outside cloning on the depth map, not on the boys area. So you're going back and forth of the boy for the original him, back to the depth map for the around inverse, keeping things straight. So we now kill this off. I just click in the middle and it's off. Now, let's say, and we can, now this is where I'm going to stop actually doing this, because we would go through this doing more and more layers till we get the thing as happy as we like. But here's what we do right now. Go to full screen. We have done these little changes, and I'm just going to flash them on and off for you. The rag pole is done, flashing on and off. The left boy is done. You can see him flashing on and off. The right boy is done. You see him flashing on and off. We now are going to actually create another depth map here. We have our list of things that are fixed, and we are going to go to File, Save As, and we go to JPEG, and we call this a depth map DM fix, because we have changed it from the first one. So we go save, 12 level, good quality JPEG. We now go to our, I'm dragging over the folder, and in here we have, here is the, I'm wiggling what we brought in originally, and I'm wiggling where we fixed it. So we're going to, instead of, the first one we did to just see it in Stereo Photo Maker was this original one and the original depth 2D picture. We're now going to choose the fixed depth map and the original picture, drag them into Stereo Photo Maker, which I'll bring over for you to look at. This is now the fixed things, fixed pole, fixed boys. Flip them around to the side, so they're correct side. Alt-D, OK. And now with the glasses, just look at the things we fixed. Oops. Don't bother looking at the rest of the picture. But you can see that the pole is fixed and the two boys are fixed, which means this depth map is better than the one we started with because of the little improvements we made.
The newsboy has a head.
The newsboy has a head and the other boy has his papers in his hand. So now we would continue until there's a point where we're fixed. So we're going to do the fast forward, the cooking school to the baked item, and calendar leaves falling off the page to show time passing. And I'm now going to go to the fixed thing. So I'm dragging that off. I'm changing a folder just to final version. This is a cheat. This is after we did all the layers. In fact, I will open for you the layers all changed. And I call them mask. And if you see on the left, there's a whole pile of layers.
These are all errors that you've corrected in the depth map.
Yes, errors, things I fixed up. sometimes I've done them several versions. For instance, middle, two people in the middle. You can see them blinking there. I had earlier versions. I had that version. Then I added a different version. You see it? It's a little light because it fits better to the road that I was making. And then a third version. So rather than delete all the versions you're doing, simply pile them on top of the one you have. Duplicate layer, pile it on top, and kill the eyeballs. So if later you decide, oh my God, I want to go back to that first way I did it, you can simply eyeball it back on. So in this case, we have reached what we want to do with all the various depths of various things in this scene. And we have come up with a mask which deals with them all. Flattening that mask, I'm going to just get rid of all this. We don't need it to go to the end. No means don't save anything there. I'm killing this original boy. That was just our work from before that we were doing as a test, and we just don't need that anymore. And we now go to where we would be when, remember I was going DM fix 1 is the next one. Every time you do something changing, go to another number. And as the numbers progress forward, you know you're continuing your work. You don't get lost in what version am I looking at. So in the end, we ended up with DM fix 6 as the final one with all the layers in there, and we're happy with the way it looks. We still have our original 2D picture over here. We have the DM6 here. So what we would do is load original DM6 into Stereo Photo Maker. Click the spin around button, Alt plus D, 60, 70. And generally, this is our fixed up version of this whole picture. Now, there's things I didn't do, like fix the telephone wires over the building, just because they take a long time. But in general terms, to the level that we fixed it, this is good enough. So we would now go for here to say File, Save Stereo Image as, this is something I'm doing here, different, of course. And then we would say Orig plus DM Fix 6, showing this is our last version that we liked. I'm pulling that away a minute, and I'm just showing you this is the DM6 original plus. That's what we would end up with saved out of Stereo Photo Maker.
And that's a JPEG that you've saved out of Stereo Photo Maker. It's
Yes, I just have them as JPEGs, and the size is basically double the width and the same. So it's the same. We haven't lost size on any of this. Now we look this over. I think I have to pick one that wasn't fixed. We're now to the final stages of all this.
And Peter, I'm curious, with this one as an example, getting up to the fix number 6 version, how long did you actually put into getting up to fix number 6? Minutes, hours, days? How much effort
I'd
do you put
say
into
an hour
this?
and a half or so.
Okay.
That's the slowest part, is this selecting everything wrong, fixing the depth, saving it down as a separate fix. The cleaning up the 2D image took me about 10 minutes, I think 12 minutes. So that was fairly quick. Yeah. So this is where the time, and I don't zoom in too closely to look at these, because if you want to zoom in on all this, you'll drive yourself nuts because there's mistakes everywhere. It's just the overall look. So what we're going to do now is we are going to drag this back, which I'm not going to show you because I'm dragging off screen. It's now a nice little single image fix 6 and the orig next. You pull it back into Stereo Photo Maker, and there it is the way you like it. Now you want to make a side-by-side pair. So all those numbers that well, maybe I should do this just to show you. All the numbers I had with this Alt. Here we are back in with our Control 6, and we push Alt D. Now, all this 60 deviation, 70 focal point, all that goes out the window now. If we want to make a side-by-side pair, we can merely make it, excuse me, pleasing. And also we can set FR as 0.
What is FR, Peter? That's the position
The
in front
stereo
of the window?
basic. Yeah, the
Got
stereo window placement. So 0 is right at the front, 255 is right at the back. So I like to work with a little bit into the scene. But let's say we now want a side-by-side that looks nice. What we can do is set that to 0, so nothing will be ahead of the window. The deviation may be a little much. We don't know. You can play with these numbers. The lower the number, the less the 3D effect. So I just made it 50 deviation, 0 for the focal. And there it is. And we look at it just casually. It looks fine, supposedly. We now can save this and call it our number. Sorry, call it our name, which is Palace Hotel 1906. I'm not saving it. Dash SBS. Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. That means that's the SBS. Now I'm going to go to an SBS that we've got here. And we open that in Photoshop. All it is the save thing we were looking at in Stereo Photo Maker. Okay, we look this over. Now, we have a bit of a problem here. Things are kind of tearing up here. You see this smearing at the edge of the building up there in the sky, which is annoying to look at. So what you do is you want to sort of clear out the gross looking smears of the picture, because anytime you have depth in these things on these conversions, they have a smearing of items that are in different depths.
So this smearing is an artifact of the conversion process?
I believe so, and there may be a solution to it, but I don't know it. So what I would do now is, working with the finished SBS, which is right here, the right-hand side doesn't smear. The left hand smears, you can see it. So we would zoom in on this. Lasso again, and just outline the smear part of it. And simply clone out. And now we're in original pictures. We're not into any more depth maps at the moment. So I would clone. I'm not at full opacity. That was a mistake there. Okay. Clone it out now. I'm doing this very roughly, as you can see. Click off the ants. Yes, that's too roughly, but you get the idea. I would just clone out the sky nicely against the wall here, so it takes out that smear. I don't save that because it wasn't fixed, but we do have the fixed version. that I'm about to go to. So this SBS was the one we were fixing. Here's SBS fix final. So this is the same thing with the smear fixed. And we zoom up in that area and go from right to left. Right is nice, left is a little less nice, but you can see this major smear is gone. I will also open it so you can see it blink on and off. So I'm loading the pre-smear one, and I'm going to layer it just so you can see it. So I blink thing, and you can see down below into these dark holes, there's also a bit of smearing. So as I blink on and off, you can see the smearing being fixed, because that's what I did. I went down there and fixed these smears. Nowhere else was really bad. So I've determined that this is now fixed. The side-by-side is got nice depth. It's behind the window or not. Maybe I've left this. Yeah, it's pretty well behind the window. No watermarks, no blotches in the sky. That's a bit blotchy. It was a bit fast doing that, but this is our finished side-by-side pair. Now, because that's as good as we have, I dragged that back into Stereo Photo Maker. Of course, you save it as saying fix. This is our best version. Drag it into Stereo Photo Maker. And now we're going to make an anaglyph out of it. It's a black and white picture, so we can go to grayscale anaglyph, red cyan, but we're not beholden to anything like the parallax. We're not beholden to the window. You can see we have quite a bit of difference between the background window, background buildings, and not so much at the foreground. We get our anaglyph glasses on, and this is in Stereo Photo Maker. We go up here to the easy adjustment, and we monkey with it, sliding this back and forth till you get the most pleasing image. See, we're going way behind the window, way in front of the window, sort of at the window-ish. And all I do is slide that around till it looks half pleasing. The word pleasing, very subjective. So I just say that's what I'm going to do there. When you get it where you like it, you push OK. Just have a last look at it. And now you would save that file, save stereo image, and call it -Anna. Palace Hotel 1906-Anna. That's your anaglyph. So you got a side-by-side, and you have an Anna. You are now finished. Hooray.
Finished. Peter, you make that look so easy. And I've had you talking straight for more than an hour now. So
Oh my gosh.
excellent work. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I'm not cutting you off, am I? Are you when
Well, I
you
was
say
just gonna
finished, are you finished?
finished is, so of all these, I wiggle where I would use. I'd use that for the final side-by-side, and that for the Anna. And the rest you could discard or do anything. But if you save this mask, the mask is the one with all the long details. You can go back. Let's say you say, well, I think this is wrong down here. You go, load the selection, select, load selection. And if you can't see it because it's over here, hang on. And here's the list of all our selections. So you just can pick something. Okay, and there it is. It opens up and you can fiddle with it. So you can get tired and quit halfway and still go back later and fix things. by saving that mask.
And
And
Peter,
in the very end, I have a sort of conclusion where I have asking questions of myself, of two others, and welcome any discussion points anyone wants to say. So thank you for lasting this long with the presentation.
I was going to make the same suggestion, Peter. Let's open the floor up to questions and comments.
So should
And
I
we'd
stop?
also,
Sorry, should I stop sharing my screen?
why don't you go ahead and stop?
Sure.
I think I'm going to share my screen at one point to show, demonstrate a few things. But of course, I don't want to dominate the conversation. First of all, let me ask you a question. How many of these conversions have you done with LeaPix?
Well, I'm only a recent convert to LeaPix. I was using Midas, Colab, and some of the other Marigold a little bit. But I've decided to land on LeaPix about 3 months ago because LeaPix is supported with real humans. They seem to fix the program every now and then, and the conversions are excellent.
All right. So you would, and sounds like you would definitely recommend it to anyone who's
I,
interested in experimenting with this.
you could stick with the one you prefer, and I've landed on LeaPix now as my preferred one.
Okay. Let's open up the floor to any questions. We'll try this sort of a free for all. I'll let people speak up. If we're stepping on each other's toes, then I might ask that we raise our virtual hands. But let's try it this way. Does anyone have? Yes, Herb, take it away.
Yeah, so it did a great job with the black and white. Have you done any work with conversions of color images or 3D conversions of color images, and did it work as well or better or not as well with color?
It worked pretty similarly to either black and white and color. When doing other things with color, like trying to do lenticulars, you sometimes have to pull the red down. And also with anaglyphs, of course, you would have a Dubois or half color if you've got reds in your image. But in general terms, the conversion system works just as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Steve.
Since you're saving the selection, it wouldn't be too hard to cut out the figure, not the depth map, but the actual image, and then you could shift it left and right, like kind of the way Oleg and I do it. Have you ever worked that way?
Years ago, I used to do that, selecting whole items of a real picture, shifting it sideways, filling in the missing parts. It finally just drove me nuts. But I appreciate what you said, and you're absolutely right. I mean, if you go to all the trouble of selecting something, why not just cut it out and move it and fill in
Yeah,
later?
that might be a good time to I think below the lasso is kind of like a magic wand. And I think one of the selections, because there's a little arrow there, is the selection of it. It's been several years since I used Photoshop, but I believe you can select, and those boys were fairly high contrast. I think that would be a good subject for the automatic selection.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'll look into it someday.
I can actually demo that for you right now, Peter. I've got it queued up. I'm going to share my screen. I think this is probably, for some of us here, this is probably, it's probably already known. And I am using the most recent version of Photoshop myself. I use the Creative Cloud. Peter, I'm not sure if your version of Photoshop has the same feature,
Okay.
but I did want to show it to you, and I'm sure a lot of other visitors here were thinking the same thing. Um, I'm
What
sharing my
version
screen
do you
right
have,
now.
Matt? Just for reference, what version of Photoshop do you have?
I think it's called Photoshop Creative Cloud. That's the product name. It's up to version
Oh,
25.7.0.
wow.
But if you're looking to get it, the commercial name is Photoshop Creative Cloud, and it's a subscription. You sign up on the Adobe website. Um, I'm actually still using a student version. I never told them I graduated, so I think I'm paying about $7 a month for this privilege. I think it's maybe double that. And of course, this is US currency I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Um,
Yeah, you're way ahead of me, so carry on. I'm interested to hear.
I will show you the object selection tool, which is pretty handy. And I'm selecting it here from the other selection tools. Um, Here's your lasso right there.
Mhm.
Um, some other options are for selecting, in addition to your lasso, are the quick selection tool, the magic wand tool. You may have those, but I want to show you the object selection tool just to kind of blow your mind. With the object selection tool, as you can see, Photoshop has some
Oh,
kind of
wow.
smarts, not totally smart. In this case, it's sort of doing what Leapix did, and it's ignoring the newspapers, but it is selecting the
Oh, boy.
figure.
Wow.
Oh boy, yeah, that's I think what it thought. So these are options, and of course, it's not perfect, but there are other tools that would speed up that process for you. Depending on the version of Photoshop you have, some of us at the GGSS have given up on Photoshop and are using other photo editing programs. Affinity is one that we talk about, and there are some others. And those programs have some pretty sophisticated tools also, and they're quite a bit less expensive than the Photoshop Creative Cloud. So
Hmm.
that's an option also. Personally, for me, and Peter, maybe you feel this way, I'm not quite ready to give up Photoshop, but
Yeah, I'm
it's an
77
option.
years old. I can't handle any new thinking. But on the one, Matt, where you selected the newspaper boy, can you select the newspapers sort of as a plus sign or something?
Well, there is. It's actually not going to work for this demo because I'm out of memory. It's actually going to throw up an error when I try to select it. So pretend you
Oh,
didn't see that error. It's the kind of thing you might need to select it twice or something like
oh,
that.
okay.
There are other tools that will help you with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to throw that out there, share that as an option for you. And hey, maybe some of our guests are new to that also. Do we have any other questions for Peter?
Yeah, what's Lee Pratt been drinking there?
I don't think it was you,
He
Peter.
was, yeah, he was mesmerized by the presentation.
Peter,
Greg
one
Taylor.
question that I have a couple questions. The errors that you demonstrated for us that you fixed, are those errors, are these pretty typical for Leapix or for conversion in general? Do you find yourself doing kind of the same types of fixes for different photos?
Yes, hats seem to be a big problem and heads. And ironically, the larger a crowd scene, the better it does for converting. You show a sort of stadium full of people all trailing off into the distance. It magically, beautifully does it. But single people with a long distance background, it has more trouble with, the Leah, I find. But
Do you
yes, same problems sort of crop up the same way sometimes.
do you ever find, are there any subjects, compositions that Leopix does better with? Does Leopix ever produce flawless 3D conversions for you?
Yes,
Oh,
occasionally
wow.
you get lucky and poof, it's good right off the bat. But I've only had Leopix really for about 3 months, so I'm not fully into it. In fact, there's a lot of slider bars and setups that I honestly don't know how to use when doing the first conversion to get going. There may be corrections you can quickly do to even make it better. So that's someone probably knows that to set it up. As you saw, I just pick horizontal, go straight to the gray map and save it. I don't play with the grayscale map amounts that you can do and so on. So there may be better ways.
Well, we will leave that for a more advanced lesson. I think what you've shown us tonight is just enough for everyone here who is new to this to jump in and start experimenting with it ourselves. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds myself. I know that I can get quickly overwhelmed with some of these new tools.
Another thing I do, which seems to work quite well, is with trees or explosions and things where there's different, it's not like a flat fill and it's all the same, it's all bumpy, the thing. I just go in there and get the blur tool, set it at a low opacity, and just run it. I put it at half opaque so I could see the background, and in certain branches, just gently blur it out to be a little darker than the background of the same tree or explosion. So you can actually build little depth ripples through the whole thing quite nicely.
Very nice. Do we have any other questions for Peter?
Greg Taylor here. Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, Peter, what's your final form for viewing their images? Is it typically the side by side, or do you use the depth map? I'm a loom pad person, so I look at everything on the loom pad.
Well, I've got a free Vi tablet or whatever, and so I'll put stuff side by side pairs, look on the tablet,
Uh-huh.
and then I try to make lenticulars out of some of my favorite ones, and that's a whole other
Right.
ball of wax to get 8 images and have the parallax changing and blah blah. But yeah, I just look at them on a tablet, or sometimes print an anaglyph as a using like a Walmart type printer and hand out glasses to my friends and get most of my friends that I play cards with already have anaglyph glasses, of course. So I just do a run of prints and hand them out. And they cost
Right.
like 15 cents Canadian for a 5x7, which is pretty good
Oh,
price.
yeah.
So a question on lenticulars. Do you make the lenticulars yourself, or have you found a good provider that you can ship things out to and have them make the lenticular for you?
Yes, I haven't made my own lenticulars for 20 years. My eyesight's not good enough to register them on the actual, and I was using, who are those guys that went out of business? Microlens, but they're no longer around.
Oh,
But
okay,
the
but
short
they,
answer is I go overseas for them. But a lot of places overseas want 1,000 copies of anything, and I want like one copy.
mhm.
So I'm trying to work with a guy that will just do single copies of what I send him.
Okay, if you find a place, I would certainly be interested to know, because I was actually working with Image 3D and working on some lenticulars when they stopped doing lenticulars, and now I have some things that, boy, I think I'd like to try printing them, but I have no place to get them printed.
Does Harvey Jewett do that anymore? The Z axis or something in Oregon or somewhere in northern Washington?
I'm not familiar with him.
I don't have it in front of me, but he did excellent work and a very friendly person as well for doing single lenticulars.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in America, so, but I'm not sure if he's still doing it. It's Z Axis is his company, I think, or Z Axis, I guess. Z Axis, and Harvey is his first name.
Okay.
And I haven't really found a good source in China. I'm just buzzing around trying to find one.
Okay. Well,
If I do,
if you find one, it would be good to know, and I may see if I can find this Harvey at Z Axis.
yeah, I'm sure if we just Googled him now, he'd be see if he's in business still. I used him maybe 10 years ago.
Z Axis, he said, was the name of his company.
Well, Canadian Z.
Z, of
Z,
course.
yes, Z Axis. Sorry, yeah. I'm
Let's
just going to
see.
go on
Oh, I
Google
do
here.
see there is a Z Axis prints coming up here. Yeah. Looks like hey, they even do 2D to 3D depth map conversions. It's only
There,
$100.
I'm out
So
of business. I can just go to him.
that's, I think the way to see it is that you've saved each of us $100 from, having to pay for professional conversions.
Or $99.70.
That's right.
Yeah,
Right. Multiply
it's
that
true. There's a
by
30-cent fee for that. There is a guy in Russia, I think, Zaza is his name, Zaza. He does depth maps of very good quality. And I think he might, I don't know, again, I haven't used him in a long time, but he charged maybe $20 or $25 or maybe more, depending on the complexity of the image.
I'll put to Z-axis or Z-axis prints. I'll put that link in the chat for anyone who's interested.
Yeah. And again, I don't know if he's still in business or whatever.
It looks like it. Well, at least his website is in business.
Oh, okay. So,
Definitely worth investigating.
Well, I'm sure any 3D conversion is going to cost more than Leapix, but since Leapix doesn't do lenticulars, that's of more interest.
well, I wonder if they'll consider doing them for us. Aha.
A new commercial product for them.
Probably too much a pain in the ass to get into.
Well,
That's why Image 3D got out of the business. It was I mean, he had some very nice equipment, and it didn't pay.
Yeah.
Herb, I think there's an article in your 30-year Cascade Stereoscopic Club book about that Image 3D lenticular printing. Am I
Yeah,
imagining that?
there probably is. So,
Yeah.
Image 3D is Rich Dubnow, and some of you may know Rich, and he does the ViewMaster stuff. But the same printer that he uses to print the ViewMaster film, he was using paper rather than film in that printer. And that is a photographic rather than a digital. Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, I just want to pitch this.
That printer is about 2,500 DPI, but it's photographic. So each of those 2,500 dots can be a full color gamut. It's not a raster. So basically, he was able to get spectacular lenticulars on that printer.
Wow. Is everyone aware of this Walgreen thing where you can do flip shots, 5-inch by 5-inch flips for about $3.50?
Flips?
Yeah, animations. Just
are they like flip books?
Just 2-frame. I don't know how many they can handle, but
but they're
only in America.
They're lenticular.
Yeah,
They're not 3D, but they're They're more
You
the
could do
winky
a
dink type.
3D like Wigglegrammy type thing, but I've used it to do flips like the Bay of Fundy going up and down and Alaska glaciers moving back and forth and stuff. And my family, where I took a picture, a film shot of my kids playing about a few seconds apart, so you could do flips of that. But it works very well in what it does. Plus, you can matrix a bunch of pictures over the same 5x5. I put pumpkins with the lights on, lights off type of thing inside and put about 6 of them over a 5x5 sheet, little sheet.
Well, Peter, if you have a link to that, go ahead and drop it in the chat. I'm sure you'd be
It's
interested in that.
Walgreen drugstore in
If you have one
Buffalo.
handy.
I don't have it handy, but in Buffalo, there's nearest Walgreens, but I don't get
Yeah,
there.
I mean, any of us can find a Walgreens, but if you don't know what to ask for, you're gonna.
That's true. I guess it's they probably have a fancy name for it, but it's just a lenticular tilt the lens and the picture changes.
Well, I'm not going to make you research that right now, Peter. I think you've done enough work
Thanks.
for us tonight. I have one more question, and it's about Leopix. The After you edited the original photo, took out those problematic items like the wires and the emulsion damage and that watermark and all that. Did you upload the full resolution version of that to Leopix, or did you have to resize it in any way?
Yeah, no. The Library of Congress will give you some monster 156 megabyte, like 9,000 pixels wide by huge, beautiful, but I only used the second from the top and then downsized it from there
Okay, that's good to
to
know.
around 2,300 pixels wide is kind of where I don't want to go any more than that.
I have that same 151 megabyte version of this original photo that I downloaded, and I wasn't sure if I could get away with uploading that to Leopix without like crashing their servers or something.
Oh yeah, I bet you they have a limit of how big a picture can be to give
That
to them.
that's easy to discover. I'll just try it and see if I can
Yeah,
see what I can get away with.
might charge you more than 30 credits.
Yes, they're
3 million
probably
credit, 1 credit per pixel, so 9,000 credits.
they're happy to take it. They're happy to take more of your money also. Well, it seems to me that the cost of these conversions by this Leopix app is very reasonable. And it certainly seems accessible in the way they're using this credit or this token system. Um, I
Well, I
certainly
sometimes go to my Toronto archives, which is all black and white pictures the city collects over many years, and just go to one particular photographer fond and grab 30 pictures at random that I kind of like of old 30s cars in the street, run them all at once through Leopix or whoever. Take a quick, and I don't use the pay one, I just with the watermark, and then poof, maybe 4 will come up with no fixing. That's a good way to screen them. And then I go back and put the 4 nice ones through with the watermark removed, and I don't have to do any work on them.
so that's a great tip. Yeah, a way to kind of test the suitability or test the quality of the conversion first by just running a batch through the free version.
And they have something just added like a week or two ago where there's a right-hand little bar as you put your picture in where you can see a side-by-side right away with with a nice full without the watermarks on just to look at. So you don't even have to go through the mess of downloading them or anything.
And I think that emphasizes another important point that you made earlier, which is that Leapix is regularly updated. New features are added. It definitely seems to be a reliable app. I tried, Peter, some of the earlier conversion apps that you've mentioned. And I mean, I feel like you need a PhD in computer science in order to just get them to run. They are not intuitive. And I mean, I uh, I would be exhausted by the time I even got to the point of having something converted. So yeah, this is it's great to see a conversion application that's available to enthusiasts like us that actually has good support.
Um,
And Alan, thank you for posting in the chat. Ellen Hubry did find the Walgreens lenticular print details, and he put a link to that in the chat. So take a look if you're interested.
yeah.
I had no idea. That would be fun to play with. Now these aren't 3D lenticular prints, but
You would wonder if you get the right combination of left to right,
yeah,
if if you get the right spacing and stuff between them,
you
that
got
it,
lucky with the spacing maybe,
yeah.
or they're
So
only $4 each. So that's a pretty inexpensive experiment to see what comes out.
I'm not a wigglegram fan myself, but I use it with horizontal lens for up and down flips for the animation. And there's good extinction, the image one doesn't leak or ghost too badly on the image two.
Okay.
But 3D on there where you've got vertical lenses and it's a bit of ghosting there and all it would be is a wiggle, for me, is not what I'm looking for.
Peter, if you're not careful, I'm going to make you do a workshop about lenticulars. So,
Oh,
don't get me too
yeah, right.
interested.
There's the blind leading the blind.
And I want to
That,
add that I recruited Peter for this. He's not getting compensated. Not only that, we're on the West Coast, but Peter is in Toronto, so he's actually 3 hours ahead. And I know that some of you are also. So again, let me thank you for dropping by, certainly past my bedtime. I don't know, Peter, if I would have your energy at your
Well,
time of night after giving this fantastic demonstration, but
I watch
more
the
power to
hockey
you.
games. While all this is going on, I look over at the hockey's on for Edmonton as Vancouver's in it, so they're West Coast time.
So you're really just using a part of your brain for this
Yeah, this is
whole
a throwaway. Just
Peter, isn't that partially why it's blocked, but why your background is blurred? Because if it was unblurred, we could see the reflection of the hockey game.
that's right. That happened. I had my daughter's picture in a glass frame, and someone could see the TV on the reflecting in it. So, good point, Dave. You caught me out. So yes, blurry, no fancy reflective frames back there.
We're
But my
learning all
head
sorts
goes
of
over
great
like
tips
this
tonight.
sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, while I'm chatting, that was really great, Peter. I realized how much I didn't know about Photoshop. And like while we're doing depth maps, I just wanted to sort of point out that like in Stereo Photo Maker under the edit in the depth map area, since we're working with depth maps, there's a whole bunch of other things you can do besides doing the create the 3D image from the depth map. You can go in and do like a lens blur. Something that I thought that was kind of interesting is there's this increased deviation, decreased deviation, and
Yeah.
it looks like what that does is just makes the conversion then you can just kind of like do the separation. It does some weird stuff.
Now, that's very interesting. We were just talking about that at our Tuesday meeting, asking if there were tools to fix the conversion if, say, your pair is too wide or something. I had no
Oh
idea.
yeah, for that. And one thing I really like too is just a lot of times do use that correct depth map feature in Stereo Photo Maker, which is like certainly the way that you do with the selections is great because you can fine tune and put a lot of work into it, and it makes me feel like a hack using the correct depth map, but it
Did I
works.
hear a four-letter word, work?
Work? I thought you meant hack.
Oh,
I'll own
so
that.
thanks, Dave. A little baby tutorial or something about how to use layer picks properly to get the best first image out of them would be nice to know. Um, like if you can, yeah, the deviation, you make it already eye-popping right out of their program, and they may do a better job. You know, that smearing problem I have on everything.
Well, didn't it change a little bit where it used to be like during various iterations that on Leia picks, when you went and made a selection, then it exported it with more separation, or it changed the depth map. Then it didn't work, and then it did. So not that anybody would, know here exactly, but uh there used to be ways that you could sort of click to affect the change, but I'm not the export, but I'm not sure if that still works.
Oh, yeah. I don't know enough about layer picks at all. Only had it a little while.
I'm going to share my screen really briefly just to show what Dave was describing. This is Stereo Photo Maker. Ignore the image that I've loaded. I just needed to load something to be able to show these commands. Yeah, I'm not familiar with these, but there is edit, depth map. There it is. And as Dave was saying, there are all sorts of depth map tools. These are new to me, but I think these are definitely worth exploring.
Uh, I've used those, Matt, a long time ago on Stereo Photo Maker's correction tools, and I just found them a little harder to work with. You got to change brush sizes and things. And
Okay. So
that,
you stuck with Photoshop.
yeah, just for because it was easier for me to do it. But it's only because you learn the thing you learn, and doesn't mean it's the best way. But I did try their tools and found them just a bit slow and awkward to use.
Yeah. There's no best way. The best way is the way that you know how to actually do it. There's 100 ways to do everything with this software, but actually
Well,
getting to the end, that's what matters.
also, Zoe depth is another one that I know Dave has. Marigold and ZOE depth. That does decent job on some of these grayscale map making. But again, it's a little Leopix is way quicker and easier to use,
Is
but there's no
Leopix,
watermark.
um, is it the only commercial um, software for conversions out there? I think like Zoe Depth and Midas, I believe those are like open source or something. Will anyone else take your money to let you make a 2D to 3D conversion?
Yeah, the
I do
guy
my
that charges
version.
$100, I think
Of
you said.
course, there's that. I'd rather spend the quarter myself.
Owl 3D will do it, but I think that they've shifted from the web to an actual like installed Windows or Mac,
Hmm.
and I haven't really used it
I do
much.
my conversions on LoomPad, starting with LoomPad 1 and 2. I do a lot of scans of serial cards and whatnot, and do the conversion right on the LoomPad, no charge.
And there's an app built in for that, right?
It's part of the deal. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Um,
And you can I do scanning on a regular scanner to get big pictures, little pictures, whatever, and bring them over and do the conversion and make them side by side or a depth map.
okay. So you'll start with like a scan of a flat photo and
Right. Or actually, what I do most of the time is just use my smartphone and take pictures and do
yeah.
the conversions.
How did we
Uh,
live without these
yeah, yeah, and of course
101 uses?
there's a direct. It's really a link. Connects your phone to the LoomPad, so it's a two-step operation. Or you can do email, what have you.
Well,
So
Okay.
presumably you could take that same Library of Congress photo that Peter was working with and put it into the loom pad and see what that does.
Yeah.
Download it directly. I've done that with Indian views from the Library of Congress.
Oh.
I
oh
just
boy.
download them directly to LoomPad, do the conversion. And I threw a couple out on, it's called LeoPix on the LoomPad app where the community, we have a community of stereo images out there.
That's how you share them. That's how
Yeah,
you exhibit them.
right. I got a dozen out there,
Yeah, right.
as does Dave.
Well, the Golden Gate Stereoscopic Society would love to see him too. So if you're free the first or second Tuesday of the month, drop on by on Zoom. We'd love to
Who,
see you.
3D Con's coming up. Who are we going to see out there? Any of you attending that?
I'll try to make it.
That the hands are coming up, okay?
Maybe.
I'd like to
Right.
see half of you guys in real life that I haven't seen before.
Yeah.
But something I would want, the wish list deal, I'd like something that's a verbal command. So, you got the boy on the left, boy on the right, the flagpole. I just would say, right flagpole, and it would sort of pick things and I'd say, that one, stop. Okay, bring it a little forward, stop. Like you could just sit at a picture with your arms crossed, telling things going to go back and forth until they look right. I guess that day's never coming, but
We're
It's
not
either
we're not young enough for that.
because
it'll
it seems
probably
crazy to convert, make a
couple years.
grayscale map, make a side by side, look at it, then go back to the gray. Like why not just say it up, down, sideways?
well, and of course, with these AI based tools, we can anticipate them getting better, more accurate, faster. It might get to the point where you just don't need to do the volume or the types of corrections from a LeoPix conversion or from some other conversion, because technology is it's constantly improving. It'll be really interesting to see. So be careful what you wish for, Peter.
But
It could
I'm
be
not improving.
that
That's
could
the
be a feature
problem.
that's added next week. Who knows?
When they get it all figured out, I'll be blind and can't see anyway. So, but I
I'm
enjoy
sure
it anyway.
I'm sure that technology is coming, and as soon as you use it, it's going to say, I didn't quite get that. I've
Well,
got
Wasn't there
voice,
some
I've got
program
a
that
voice
says
command.
surprise me?
I've got
Doesn't
a voice
Mid-Journey
command
surprise me? Give me something.
Hmm.
Yeah.
something random.
Yeah. Just, I don't know. Anyway, it's fun to play with. Jeez.
Well, and I think that's why we're all here. Peter, you are not a professional. I don't think any of us are professional stereo imagers, spatial content creators. But this is incredibly fascinating and satisfying. And I really appreciate you taking this time. I've seen depth maps, but it wasn't until I talked to you, Peter, that I was able to really wrap my head around what a depth map represented. That it's a lot less mysterious to me now than it was. And the fact that a depth map can be edited in Photoshop, well, that's a lot easier than that slicing up layers technique that we've all been doing up until now.
But I think it was Steve who made a good point. If you're going to outline the damn thing, it's already outlined. So now you can move it sideways if you want.
But if you move it sideways, now you have to fill in whatever was behind it. And
Yeah.
If Stereo Photo Maker does such a good job, it might be easier to just continue working with the depth map.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another good thing about depth maps. Anything behind that's occluded by a foreground object, you don't have to go to the very edge to fix it. You just anything that covers it, just whip it down and cover only the parts that show.
Mhm.
So it makes it faster to outline things.
Yeah, and once you got your depth map too, then you can do, instead of just stereoscopic, you can do multiscopic, right? You can just decide you want a conversion at different angles. You can do the lenticular interstitial images, and you got a lot more flexibility with it than you would if you're just hard coding shifting the two.
I'd like to see a demo of that in Wichita. I'll have a bottle of Canadian rye there to lure you up to my room.
Could be arranged.
I
Well, I hope
haven't got
that
a roommate, by the way, for there yet. Barry was going to be my roommate, but I'm not sure he's coming.
Oh, I think I'm staying with Chris Schneeberger.
Oh, there's a party animal there. You guys. Oh, you guys will have fun.
well, Steve, you and I roomed in Tacoma. You're making your way to Wichita. Maybe we can work something out.
Yeah, I hadn't given it much thought. When is that?
Is it in July or August?
July
July.
22nd to the
July
29th.
22nd. Let's put that in the chat. 3DCon 2024, of course. 3D-con.com. For those who don't know, that's in the chat. Oh, and Mike, thank you. Yes, this it looks like thank you, Dave and Mike. We've got some links to some alternate conversion programs that we've talked about. None are as easy to use as what we've just seen in LayerPix, but definitely worth clicking those links and checking them out. If you don't actually use them, at least you'll know how much harder the competition is to actually use creatively.
Oh, could I show something real quick?
Yeah, let me make
Yeah.
you a co-host.
The depth.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
A
all right.
cold salmon.
Yeah,
So
did you want to share your screen? Take it away.
Yeah, okay. Did someone turn off Lee's video?
I did,
Oh,
yes.
you did. Okay. Shoot. Well, I need to change my image in my stereo photo maker because I was hoping he would wake up. He was my test subject for a conversion. All right, well, whatever. I'll do this, and hopefully he's fine because otherwise I'm going to hell. But let me see. All right, so here we go. But I just want to do just because I have this up here. But let me see. So anyway, this yeah. So here's this edit, and then this depth map area, and the one thing so once you have your depth map too, you've seen those Facebook 3D images on there. This is how you make them. You take you save one as the regular image, and then you save your depth map as the same name, just with underscore depth. And then you drag them like you're uploading two images to Facebook. And then what it'll do is it'll kind of stick them together, and it'll make kind of a movable image like you've seen on those Facebook 3D things. And those are actually back to working in VR. So if you get your MetaQuest headset and you go to Facebook in the browser there, it'll be depthy, like extruded, so you can kind of look all around.
Oh,
So
really?
instead of doing all that movement, yeah, you actually see it in real 3D on there, but 3D-ish, right, with the depth map.
Wow.
So yeah, so this is just kind of, I think, I don't know if it names it or what, but yeah, if we did just save these as two discrete files and use that method, then that would work. There's a couple other things here. You could do the multiple images, like with your, like if you wanted to do the 8, like Peter was talking about. You can do your lens blur, which is like, I can't really figure out how to flip it, right? To blur the background and not that. But anyway, that's just using that. And I apologize to Lee because I don't have anything else good. This is what I was talking about with that increased deviation thing. So it's control page up and page down. So like if I do that on the keyboard, it does that smearing, like you can see around his head. So I'm kind of
Sure.
changing, yeah, I'm changing the deviation. I don't really know what good that is. I only just discovered that now because Stereo Photo Maker is cool like that. You discover new things. But really what I wanted to show you was the well, reverse depth map is nice. So let's just undo that. Reverse depth map just does what Peter showed before. We just come here and we do reverse depth map, and then it just flips it black and white. And but why I wanted to jump in was, oh, and then you can also kind of do this preview, which we'll do. Where did it go? Oh,
Oh.
it's kind of messed up, but it should do like a right left. I don't know why it's messed up. I did something. Um, what sort of tickled my fancy was that I remembered you can do chroma depth conversion. So you can click on this, and then you can do, I haven't played with these in a while, but I think you say, yeah, there we go. You can do, or the chroma image like kind of combines them. This isn't a great example, but I guess like you can play with that, and then you can suddenly just save this one, and you've got a chroma depth image, uh, if that is something that you need. But it's good. It's a good tool to have in your bag of tricks. I think
Can you
that's
do
really
a
all.
phantogram with that thing automatically, Dave?
There are a couple ways to do a phanogram with this. I don't totally understand it. It's in here buried. They call it a pop-up easy
There it
create.
is. Just a
Pop,
pop-up anaglyph. Yeah.
yeah, but I think that's separate from like the depth stuff. Um, but I really like the depth map, corrected depth map thing. And so with this, what you can do is like, so what this is saying is you just have to have it turned on to work, and then you read it says press and hold the control key, and mouse right click to choose the color. So say I don't want this guy to be there. What I can do is like right click, and I can, so I'm holding control and then I right click, and then I can just kind of draw on there, and that just kind of quickly just kills that bush, right? So I've immediately kind of done that. Now it's really not as wait, right click here. So I'm gonna, what I'll do is make it a little bit bigger, and I'll make it smaller. Right click. And then this is if you're too lazy to go or you don't have Photoshop. That wasn't great, but you get the idea. So it's kind of a quick way to do like a nose or
Yeah.
something. You see something, or like a pole that's in the way. And I used it the other day. Where's my reasons? Let's see. Um, I was going to talk to folks at Looking Glass, and I wanted to make a presentation. And so what I did was I just used the Control T to make the text in Stereo Photo Maker, so it made the left and the right in my side by side view. And then I just went into here and I said, all right, how deep do I want this to be? Like really close with the white or really far away? And then I just kind of did that, and I just quickly just drew these lines about how the depth is. And and then it ends up with like whatever this is. Um, yeah, but then it just kind of does the quick conversion like that. The other thing too that I like about this conversion thing is if you're doing titles and you just quickly want to make the screen gray, for example, as a background, and you're lazy, you can go to the correct depth map. You can say, oh, I want to use my background to be gray. I'm gonna make a huge one of those. And then I'm just gonna make everything gray, right? And then you do X, like in Stereo Photo Maker, and then you just make this side gray. So now you've got a side by side that you can just kind of do your text things on, blah blah blah, and stick things there. So not really what it's meant for, but kind of fun thing.
That's a great
Very
creative
nice.
hack.
Yeah, very good, Dave.
And those tools look very useful, especially for like smaller fixes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wish I could just get off Photoshop and do everything in Stereo Photo Maker. And you can do, I mean, I can do I don't really do very sophisticated photo editing myself, so I can do almost everything in Stereo Photo Maker. For me, there's always that one or two things that I just need Photoshop for, but Stereo Photo Maker is a really powerful program. I'm always discovering new things. Thank you, Dave. That was
Yeah.
excellent.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Peter, for showing. It's fun to watch other people use Stereo Photo Maker too, because they use it in different ways that you hadn't kind of thought of, like using that K, that easy adjustment, and then moving like that. Usually, I just use the right and the left arrow keys, but it's nice to see it kind of in that big screen.
That's the great thing about a 3D club. You got guys collecting 1850 wooden viewers in the same room with guys who do VR from outer space or something. Not many clubs have that kind of variety, I don't think. So we're all can do great new things, different things, have fun.
Yeah, that was one of my little pitches because like I wanted to I was talking to them and actually if I don't know if Nima's still listening, but I got to send Nima a message about trying to get and Greg was talking about getting some LoomPad representation there in Wichita. Um, but the and our difficult pitch is it's like oh like we how much money do we the 3D community bring in, and it's not super a lot. So like one of my slides was or is this? You'll get a kick out of that. Oh, I don't have that slide here, but I think the slide says like 3D clubs brought in $2.7 billion in 2023. And then I'm like, oh, I'm obviously lying, um but then I have
Yeah.
the reasons that were good, and it's we have the wealth of knowledge that dates back over 175 some years, maybe something like that. We're trend setting. VR goggles are just digital stereoscopes, and then these multi-scopic things are digital lenticulars, so they go right to these kind of displays. So
We're
yeah,
all incredibly passionate.
yeah. Well, you guys have been around for almost 100 years, right? 80
The
some.
Golden Gate Stereoscopic Society, yeah, its original incarnation was founded in 1934, I think it is, something like that. Of course, the stereo was just one division of that club, but yeah, we've got roots.
You
Yeah.
mean when they built the Golden Gate Bridge, you decided to start a club?
Yeah, well, the Golden Gate Stereoscopic Society was founded as the Miniature Camera Club. Miniature meaning like 35 millimeter, not like Minox or anything. Changed its name to the Oakland Camera Club in the 50s. And by the 2000s, the stereo division was the only division that was still active. So I had us change our name just so that people knew exactly who we were and what we're up to.
The bridge itself is like a stereo pair, right? It's got the two bits. So the one in back of you is both of them, but compressed stereo.
That's right. Yes, you have a keen eye. If you look at our full logo on our website, you can preview it, and there is a
Wow.
secret stereo image in there. So be sure to check that out. Yeah.
Can you go back and like on a boat a couple of miles and free view the actual bridge?
You could try, God, I was just on a ferry the other day. I should have done that. I was admiring the bridge and it didn't occur to me
Well,
to
you want to know
preview it.
something freaky? If you go to an old-fashioned stove with those big knobs that stick out and
Yes.
free view the knobs, they go flat,
Okay.
which is freaky.
That's
You
I would
should
say
be
that's a
able to
that's a
see the
freaky
bridge.
illusion.
You should be able to see the bridge on Google Earth, which we'll be looking at in a few days.
That's right. That's right.
Hmm.
So speaking of clubs and meetings and all that, I do want to pitch our next meeting. We meet twice a month, as I said, and our next meeting is next week, Tuesday, the 14th. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific time. It's on Zoom. We welcome everyone. You're not obligated to participate, but we'd love to have you. It's a special subject next week. The subject is Google Earth, and this is something that we do, well, really once a year, where we create virtual cha-chas using Google Earth or Google Maps and create stereo pairs with screenshots. And it's always remarkable what sites we find on Google Earth that are suitable for stereo.
It'd be great if Rob Ellis could attend your meeting, because he's the guy that did the thing in Buffalo.
Well, we'll see if we can get him.
And he knows lots about it.
Get him to show up. That'd be great.
Send him an email.
So yeah, we all are welcome. Drop by and enjoy some great original 3D. I don't want to keep Peter up all night, but do we have any more questions or comments for him? And Peter, do you have anything that you would like to share in conclusion as we wrap up our workshop tonight?
Well, I do. I have my 48-page wish list, but I won't read it right now. But I'm going to read my little conclusion here that I didn't quite get to.
Yeah, take it away.
This is the end of the presentation. I welcome any constructive criticism, suggestions, comments, how to improve, speed up, or make easier any and all the methods I use. If there's a totally different and better way to do a 2D to 3D conversion, I'd like to know about it. Also like to know any more efficient ways to do grayscale maps from a stereo pair. And I know there's methods, and I just couldn't figure out the guy that does them, the Ugo Capetto guy, I think his name. So from stereo pairs, how do you do a gray map easily? And then Dave was pointing out methods to use a best grayscale map in Leah even before downloading it. So are those sliders and whatnot. And selections, I think Steve helped with, and Matt helped with that. I just have to get a better version of Photoshop. And then the smearing. I've spoken to Dave a bit about this. I'd like to know how to eliminate, reduce, correct, minimize, or otherwise deal with smearing, which seems to be prevalent in conversions done with depth maps.
Well,
And
I think it would need to have some kind of AI to figure out what it thinks that is behind that image, right? Because it's like you're taking a mountain range and dropping an image on top of it and stretching it, pushing it down. It doesn't know. But it seems like it should be there. Like it's right. Like it's,
yeah, you would think it could figure out that some way background should not blend with the front in any way. It should, and even if information's faked, it's okay because there's only one half that sees it at any one time. So you can just stick in fresh information of crowds or whatever you want. But it's a pain going through those smears all over the place. And I just say I'd be pleased if someone takes the image that we just did, the 1906 earthquake image, and runs with it to make a much better version than I did, and then posts it and provides a workshop of the method. I made the 3D image to be nice, not perfect, but I do prefer closer to perfect if it's achievable relatively easily and quickly. That's my little speech at the end.
Well,
So I throw it out to everyone, those with better methods, newer methods, go for it.
And let's give Peter a round of applause, virtual or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. Let's keep this discussion going. Let's answer Peter's questions. I will be concluding this meeting, but in the chat, I am putting in the link to our Groups.io discussion board. Many of you are probably already signed up for that. But if there's anything else you would like to add or share, if you think of anything in the middle of the night and just can't wait to share it with us. Please post it there. And we could continue this discussion on Tuesday, the 14th, on Zoom at our regular meeting as well. So I hope that you're able to make it there and bring your questions. Additionally, if you take Peter up on his suggestion, take his and run with it or start with your own. We'd love to exhibit them at our next meeting also. It would be a lot of fun to compare two or more conversions of the same image. So I will also put again the link to download the original source photo if you're interested in playing with it.
And that mask, if you can give people the mask, that layered thing, it would help people if they wanted to carry on with the mask and
That's
fix things, if that's
and
able
that's
to be
is
done.
that the file that you were working with?
Yeah, like it when I went to the very end, number
Yeah.
6 or something, and it had a big long list of layers all down the side.
If you
That's
want
something would save
to,
people work.
yeah, if you want to email that to me,
Sure.
I will make that available for download, and I'll post that link on our discussion board, and I'll put it on our website as well. And as a reminder, Peter wrote copious notes for his presentation, and those are posted on our website as well. If you weren't taking your own notes, you didn't really need to take your own notes because Peter's are there, and I'll put that link in the.
I love handouts at workshops at the NSA meetings. Guys that have a sheet of paper.
This virtual handout will live on the website indefinitely, so you can always go back and
That's
refer
scary to
to
think about.
it. All right.
Now,
Before,
Matt,
yeah,
when you close the meeting now, can I stay on just to listen to what people are saying and everything, or do I have to go to some other site or something?
well, I was going to end the meeting. I'm about to shut down here, so we'll have to do it on Tuesday if we want to continue
Oh,
the discussion on Zoom.
I
Well,
just want to hear
actually,
things.
Matt, just a correction. If you've made Peter the co-host, then you can leave the meeting instead of ending the meeting, and Peter
Oh,
can become host and continue the meeting if he wishes and if you wish.
I can do that. In fact, Peter, you already are the co-host. So I
Wow,
think
what
that
power.
if I leave, you have the power. You can stay up all night on Zoom if you want.
I just like to hear what people are saying. I made myself sleep, have a nap this afternoon so I can stay up later. And I like the suggestions and the comments people making. How do I end the meeting if I'm the host alone?
If you just close the meeting and you're the only host, then the meeting will end.
How do
Or
I
I think if you just
close
quit Zoom,
Quit,
you'll
quit
kick
Zoom.
everybody
Yeah.
off.
Just go. Okay.
Just kick everybody off.
Okay.
And Zoom, this is not charged by the hour or the minute or anything. So you can stay on as long as you want. It's not going to kick you off or anything like that.
Except one caveat, Peter, if you're still on next Tuesday, then Matt won't be able to start his
You're hosting the
Hey,
meeting.
thank you, Herb, for that suggestion.
Well, I'm gonna check out. So good night and have
Yeah,
fun discussion.
Thank you,
Steve doesn't want to
Steve.
get trapped with me as the host. I don't blame him.
So thank you, Steve, and I'll see you on Tuesday. For anyone who would like to stay, we'll keep the meeting going. I'm going to drop off myself. I've made Peter the host. That doesn't really give you as much power as you might think it does, but I'm sure Herb is right that when I leave, the meeting will continue. And when you're done, just say goodnight. There'll be a leave button, and you can also just quit Zoom. And
Can can I make Herb the next host? Keep
Well,
flipping the
I
pistol.
probably won't stay up as late as you will, but
Oh, okay.
You can now that you're the host, you can pass it on. So
I'll put it in my will.
okay. Well, thank you everyone
Thank you for
for
coming.
joining us tonight. I think this was a big success. I learned a lot. Thank you again, Peter. And I hope to see everyone on Tuesday. If not, I know I'll see some of you at a New York Stereoscopic Association meeting. I'll see others at a Cascade Stereoscopic Club meeting. And hopefully I'll see all of you in Wichita. So with that, I'll say good night and
I
have a great
see that
evening.
I see that Nima is still there,
There he
so
is.
I'd certainly be interested in any comments that he has of any secrets that maybe Peter hasn't mentioned that maybe the rest of us should know about.
Absolutely. I noticed Nima's name down in there and I thought, wow, we got a power guy here that can help us a lot.
I just
Did you?
wanted to say that's one of the best tutorials I've ever seen on Layapix. It's better than most of the content, or maybe even all the content that Leia's made. So good job.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Again, I work in isolation. I sit up here, all my friends play cards. They're all my age. They know nothing about computers or 3D or anything. And I just get from guys like Dave and others that help me a lot and just fiddle around. But Nima, I've read your newsletters and things, and you're I'm impressed with your stuff too, your comments and your knowledge and everything. So is there anything you'd like to add to what you've heard tonight, or some better things we can do, or different things, or whatever? Or go
No,
ahead.
I think everything that was done there was really really good. I think that well, so as of maybe like last September, I don't run Layapix anymore. There's a new guy named David Sitbon who manages the Layapix product. Within the next month, there's going to be a really big update that's going to add a lot of features that I think all of you guys are really going to like. They're things that people have been asking for a long time. So all the existing stuff you've done, really good. I think everyone's going to love that. And it's going to be really useful. I hope that video goes out. The recording goes out to so people can uh, watch the video and learn as much as they can from it. But there's going to be a lot of new stuff that I'm excited to see you guys play with and give your feedback on.
That sounds very exciting. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, same here.
I want to know more about Peter's $16 million of credits of like that was just a ridiculous. Is that a Canadian currency translation?
Yeah, one US dollar is about 16 million Canadian dollars.
I just thought that was funny because I have 470. You have more.
We had a thing when I was 8 years old called 1 inch land. You could buy in a cereal box, they gave you a deed to 1 square inch of land in the Yukon. And I still have that 1 inch of land. So
So are you going to retire?
that's it. They're going to drill an oil well right on that inch.
That's like that $1 million web page. Anyone remember that from the early, I don't know, late 90s or something? It's this web page that has like I think it was I don't know, $10 a pixel or $100 a pixel maybe, and it's like 100,000 pixels. The guy made all the money from it. $1 million homepage.
So Nima, will you there's sort of it's the date of this new type of Layapix is quite soon away, right? Do you think like a month or two? I think you said. Is that correct?
It's going to be during May. It's this month.
May. Oh my goodness. So we'll keep tuning in. Very nice. Good.
It's kind of cool that there's I hadn't seen this 3D XR stereo area, and you can do parallel, cross-eyed, anaglyph. That's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
just noticed that from a week or two ago is
Yeah,
great.
that feature just came out a couple weeks ago, so I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Oh, you know what? You should get in here. This is the CEO of Leia is or CTO now of Leia is here.
Oh
You should
my
say hi to
gosh,
everyone, David.
Hey guys, how are you?
we are not
Oh, no, no
worthy.
Some 3D fans.
Yeah, this is the Golden Gate Stereoscopic
Oh,
Society.
yeah.
They did a tutorial today on Leia Fix, best one I've seen. Really went into how to do depth map editing specifically in Photoshop.
Great.
So I think the video is going to go up. I'll send it to you so you can check it out. It was.
Do they like the 3D preview?
Well, what do you guys think? Do you guys like the 3D preview?
Oh yeah, because you don't have to order a print to just see it nicely with no watermarks or anything. You just poof, you see
Yeah.
what you were doing
He
immediately.
says he likes that you can check it out without having to order a print and like pay the credits. You can just get the preview. So that we heard everyone's feedback, and that's why the change was made. So yeah, I'm glad you guys like it.
Very nice.
The
Yeah.
video's coming soon, so.
Oh, I guess it's not a secret anymore. Okay, so the new version is coming is going to give you guys full video conversion support. So that's one of the many features I was talking about.
Oh wow.
Thank you for the support, guys.
Do
Very
you
cool.
guys know how to cure smearing in those images? Every time I seem to do a grayscale image, it smears badly.
So what basically what that the more depth you have, the more of a disparity there is in the synthesized views. And that's just one of the methods that we've had for filling in the. So like basically we don't know what's behind the images, right? Because the image has nothing, it's all one layer. So we don't know when we create these extra layers with the depth map, we don't know what's back there. But there's going to be a lot of additional methods for what's called in painting. And in painting is going to be able to use AI to fill in those gaps intelligently. So it's basically going to say, well, we know what a street looks like. And so we're going to fill in a street that looks like the street in your photo in that gap in the back, or it's going to do the same thing with loose trees, etc. So that's all coming. We have versions of it working right now, and I hope you guys keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, because the fact that the left doesn't see what the right has on the trouble with lenticulars, they're going to make huge parallax to make it work, and that smears even worse. But the thing that you might, as you were talking about just now, might be able to fill in, because the left and the right don't see each other on a big smear. So you could fake stuff in with the right AI filler inner thing. So that's the technical word, filler in thing. So, but thank you for thinking about that problem and working on it.
Yeah, Peter, there is an in painting collab that I haven't looked at in a long time, but you can kind of get it does a nice job making little videos of doing that AI filling in the background. It's kind of older tech though. There's probably better things.
I tried it once and I couldn't figure it out how to use it properly. But as you're doing, say, an 8-image lenticular, it's one thing to do the 8th and the 1st nicely filled, but as you do the 7th, 2nd, you've got to move the background slightly to account for the parallax there. So it's like a little shifty if you have to do it as well. I should stop making lenticulars. That's the problem. That would solve it easier.
Well, the whole problem with lenticulars is there's basically only one single point in the whole lenticular that's in focus, and everything else is, as you get further away, is increasingly out of focus. And that's just the nature of it. And so if you can have a photographic composition where like the face is the center and that's what's in focus, and the background is out of focus, then that gives you a pleasing lenticular.
Yeah, for me, I put it around the focal point around 1/3 of the way into the picture. So even if there's nothing obviously coming out the window, you just do it to make the not too blurry anywhere. And it seems to work for lenticulars. You don't seem to see window violations or anything very much. They're quite good. Hey, silence. Wow.
We used to have lenticulars inside of Layapix. We offered it for a year or two. I really like the product called Layapix Prints, but unfortunately, not enough people in the stereo enthusiast community ordered them, and so the cost for both us and Z-Axis Prints, who was mentioned in the chat, who was our lenticular partner, it just didn't make financial sense for either party, so we had to shut the product down about I think about a year ago. Um, yeah, but I think lenticulars are really cool. I wish there was a easier way to do them. It'd be really cool if someone made like an at-home lenticular printer that could take your image, create all the views, and you give it as many views as you have, and then it just generates the in-between views if you needed it, and then just printed out a lenticular that was, pre-bonded with the film. That'd be really cool. But I don't know what the market for that is.
Microlens used to sell you lens with peel and stick on the back, and you use, and that worked quite well. But I haven't used that over 15 years, and Microlens is out of business now. So
Yeah, but you still had to get it positioned right, which was pretty, basically get the thing exactly straight and exactly aligned. And that was the problem when they were doing it in Image 3D. They had to do all of that by hand. The advantage was the thing that they had at Image 3D, it was like a glue that was cured with UV light. So you had some time to, you put it down, you positioned it. After you got it positioned, then you put it on the a conveyor belt that went through the UV light and cured the glue. But it was still a very labor-intensive process.
yeah, because in the microlens way, you'd peel back half a inch of the peel and stick, wiggle till the moire lines disappeared, and then you put it through a one of those two roller gizmos to squeeze it flat. And if you could see well enough, it worked pretty good because you could interlace it quite well and accurately. It's just the physical bonding of it.
Yeah,
My eyesight got so bad.
but the problem was I was never able to get it so that there wouldn't be any air bubbles.
Oh, I didn't have trouble with that. Did you use a what do you call it? It looks like a washing machine roller.
A laminator.
Laminator. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So yeah, I had a cold laminator. So
Yeah, same.
but it just, I don't know. I still have the laminator. I still have a few sheets that have adhesive on it. So, it's
But
That's one of the unique things about doing lenticular with digital displays, which I think is both, a issue, but also an opportunity. You don't actually have to align it that well. You do need to kind of be in the right place, but you can just calibrate the display afterwards. And then when you're doing the interlacing, you do the interlacing dynamically. So with like a photo print, obviously once it's printed, you can't adjust how the interlacing is being done. But if you have the right machine, when you're doing a lenticular display, you can have a calibration that identifies what the alignment of the lenticular to the pixels are, and then sends that value to every piece of software that's doing the 3D rendering so that it can take that calibration data and dynamically interlace to the exact properties of that specific display. And effectively all modern lenticular 3D displays do something like that. So that's kind of both a benefit and a downside. So you don't have to work on aligning it as well, but you can fix it after the fact.
I recall
Wow.
that there used to be a printer requirement to basically do the separations in calibrating that. Is that, and there was special software. Is that still how you print out a picture that goes on the back of a lenticular?
Well, basically, yes, because what you have to do is you have to have it, the spacing has to correspond to the spacing of your plastic lenticular sheet. And, there are probably variations in manufacturing. So if you get, one batch of sheets and then another batch of sheets, if the thing is even off by a fraction of an inch, you're gonna, you're
Right.
not.
How about on the printer side? You have to have some software that converts your images and merges the images. What is that now? I used to have it. I've got,
Okay, so there, basically, give me a few minutes. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a manual that's on our website that has a lot of information on that, and I'll put it in the chat, so then you can just download the PDF. And if you have questions on the PDF, our email addresses are in it, and you can contact me. So just give me about 5 minutes to find the PDF.
fine. Thank you, Herb.
And Nima, do you have any information that you just described on that method that you talked about lenticular? Because there's a printer in China I'm trying to use to do them right, and they're always having moire patterns and they can't interlace properly. Would the thing you just mentioned be assistance to them if it's commercially available?
Not really, no, because the method I described only works with displays because displays are programmatic. You can change what each pixel is showing programmatically, but once you print something, you're unable to do that. So what I was saying is that printing alignment actually is its own issue. With digital displays, you can use expensive machinery and fix the problem after the fact, after the bonding has already been done, because you can programmatically define what each pixel does, but you can't change what the ink that's already embedded into the photo is after you've printed it and after you've done the bonding. So I think that's one of the reasons why lenticular printing is such a such an art. Really, it's not just pure science. It's an art to getting that whole thing right. And I don't really have much knowledge about that. Like I said, we used Z-Axis Prints as our partner when we did that. All we had to do was build the software that generated the views that he needed, and then he would do the interlacing, the alignment, and all that for us. So,
By the way, I went to the Z-Axis site. The main site is still there, but when you try to drill down into any of the products, it's not found. So they are no longer.
he shut his company down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so
when we decided to shut down, part of it was because he decided to shut his company down. So he was the best that I had seen, and we checked a lot of different companies before we decided to partner with him. So it's really sad that basically not enough people cared to pay him for his services for him to continue, and not enough people ordered our services to give him enough bulk as well. So it didn't work.
A really nice guy too. Harvey was a really good guy. Just can LaserJet printers do interlacing as well as inkjet printers? Do you know?
I mean, it's all about the DPI. So
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Well, it also depends how the halftone is generated, because like, for example, I have a really nice laser printer. It's a PostScript laser printer, and basically PostScript knows how it wants to generate a halftone pattern, and so it's not going to generate a good quality print for lenticular because it's going to use its own algorithms for spacing the dots, and you can't force a PostScript printer to do it any differently. So if a LaserJet is using a PostScript imaging engine, it won't. I'm not saying that all laser printers are that way, but the laser printer I have is. And I did put that link in the chat, so it's a PDF. Feel free to download it and then email me if you have questions, or actually email Dave Allen, who's a co-author.
Thank
That
you.
looks like a great resource. Yeah.
Michael Brown on YouTube has been doing lenticulars for years. Does anybody know where he hangs out? Are there any Zoom chats where he's around?
Chicago. He lives in the Chicago area, and he puts on tutorials every now and then, really well done, about how to use things and software, etc. Generous guy with his knowledge and everything. He does breathtaking lenticulars too. Amazing.
3D Con last year in Buffalo. I don't know if he's going to Wichita.
Yeah.
I have a question for Nima. Last time we chatted, I was trying to get Unity to do like basically like a digital lenticular for the LoomPad 2. And actually, speaking of Michael Brown, he ties into this conversation because I was at 3D Con, and Michael said, "Hey, the thing you're trying to do that actually Andreas from Anavision shows in a video that's posted." So he holds up the LoomPad, and he's got the 1 through 8, and he kind of moves it. And so I was trying to work on my own. I said, "Well, if that exists out there, I don't know if it came from Leia or if he put it together for that." And I reached out to him, and I haven't been able to contact him. So I guess my two-pronged question, I've been I think I have something in my drafts that I haven't sent you yet, but I'm trying to find to send Andreas a message, and then also I don't know if offhand if there is in the Unity SDK, if there is the facility to put discrete images in and use the head tracking like on the LoomPad.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned before, you can do it pretty easily. All you have to do is you have to do it programmatically. So if you have and you don't have to be limited to, that's kind of the beauty of, I mean, there's a lot of trade-offs when you have a system that requires face tracking. And I know a lot of people have complained about that, but that's not changing anytime soon.
Sure.
But the benefit is that you're not limited by the physical number of views of the display. So let's say the display only has 6 views, right? You can have an image being shown that has 200 views. And as you move your head around, all the app is doing is based on your head position, it's sending you 2 different views. So that's a pretty easy thing to do. I think the biggest thing is you're going to have to decide how you want to encode and decode the files. We actually, on the LoomPad 2 about a month ago, there's a creator named Josh Gladstone who released the Cake Player app.
Yeah,
and now you can actually have multi-view video, and based on your head position, you're able to. It's like light field video, really. As you're moving your head around, it's like a lenticular video. So it's very cool if you guys want to check that out. But you can do the same thing with photos. I think that there was at least one other person who reached out to him about trying to make his app available for photos, and I don't know, maybe he's someone to talk to.
Well, that's probably true too. Yeah, I am in contact with him. So yeah, because I started to do it and I saw just in the video and Andreas's thing, and I don't think Andreas spent the time to put that together. It seems like it was just maybe in the Unity files from Leia, and so I'm like I don't want to. It's already out there. I don't want to bust my cranium trying to recreate the wheel. You know what I mean?
I think he might have had access to an earlier LoomPad 2 before we released. And originally we were going to support 8-view images on the LoomPad 2, but we changed the display structure right before release, which doesn't change anything that he was talking about. But the player used to let you load those 8-view files, and it would just display.
Okay.
But that wouldn't work with the current one. We've changed the way it works. They used to be 8 even views, and now I think it's either 6 or 8 asymmetric views. The views are multi-sized. And there's reasons we do it that way. But
that helps me so much. That helps me so much because there is a place where you can put the individual images in, and then I put them in, and you only see 1 in 5, and why? Okay, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Doing it programmatically is definitely the way to do it. And then you're not limited by the number of views of the display. Just put I don't know, 50, 100, 200 views, whatever you want. and people can look around and see it. Now, the only question is going to be to generate those. You're going to use a giant camera array like Josh Gladstone does, or are you going to use like AI or something? I don't know. Let me know once you figure it out.
Yeah, it's really just a rail shot and just the lenticular to start with. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it does open up an array, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah, and you don't have to go just horizontal. You can go vertical too, up and down, left and right, everything.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the cake thing is really cool, and of course, it's on the looking glass too. So, well, of course, it's only sideways. But yeah, I don't know what it's a nice demo, certainly. I'm just not sure what we need. Like I guess it can only get better too.
I think it's cool for artistic performances, like a soliloquy or like a monologue or something from an actor, or like a solo dance performance, or I don't know. I think for capturing artistic performances, it seems like doing some sort of light field capture like that seems a lot better for both posterity and for convertibility than like a 360 video, for example, or like even just like a regular 3D video. I think having like a light field video means that you can let people walk around, convert it into a nerf, convert it into a light field video, convert it down to a 3D video if you want, convert it down to a 2D video if you want. It gives you a lot of options, which I think is pretty cool. But maybe, I don't know, for posterity, if there's like a classically trained, I don't know, Shakespearean actor, it'd be kind of cool to get some of their final performances in a light field so that you can have, the possibility of turning it into something even greater in the future.
Right. Right. And that's kind of what stereo people are kind of doing forever. We're just like, well, I don't know what I'm doing with this. I don't know why I'm taking a stereo image of this, but it's going to be useful at some point.
We do have we used to do this, but we have a new version of this coming out soon, where right now we only really have a method where you can 2D images and get depth maps out of them, but we're relaunching a better stereo to depth system that should be better than all the existing stereo to depth systems like DMAG and all that kind of stuff. I think that if like in the future people are going to want to wear headsets or use auto stereo displays and they want to look around images, I think that's going to be just like a common thing that everyone's going to want to be able to do. And and videos too. And I think that stereo content will give users more accurate and much further angles of view than a 2D image will. Like 2D images, like if I was to like rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 2D image with AI can get you like a 3 or a 4 as far as movement goes, but like a 3D image can give you like an 8 out of 10 as far as like movement. You'd be able to move your head a lot and get really good angles and have better in painting. And yeah, I'm pretty excited for that future.
I think I was really hoping that the Apple Vision Pro would have better kind of on the fly in painting, and I can see why Apple didn't release something like that, because it's Apple, it's got to be perfect, and you're not going to put it out right away. But like we were talking about in different threads, is like it's saving that codec can save the depth information for their spatial videos, and so if there should be able to be a depthy playback where it has the stereo, it has the depth, it can do in painting, make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we feel the same way. That's why we have the Leia image format, Leia video format, and we're going to try to adopt Apple's formats too as a first party solution. I know we have a version of our Windows player that supports their photo format, but yeah, I mean, I think that you want to let people's memories be forward compatible. That's like kind of a way to think about it. If someone spent time capturing stuff and being an early adopter and shooting with your device early on, you don't want them to be left behind. You want to let them feel like, hey, if I'm using this now, if I'm adopting this now, I'm going to be able to get access to the better experience in the future.
Maybe that's maybe that's a workshop in progress. I'm trying to think of what I want to do for Wichita, but I think with the, I mean, the Apple Vision Pro is out, and it's like maybe there is a demand for all of this 3D things that we've been shooting, and so kind of like what's around the corner, and how do we fit in, right? Like as stereo photographers, um, is our time now? Is it yet? I don't know.
I was in Japan at a 3D scanning slash XR event like a couple weeks ago, and everyone there seems to be really jazzed about 3D scanning. I- Is there a good overlap between stereoscopic photographers and 3D scanning enthusiasts? It seems like all of my friends who are 3D scanning enthusiasts do dabble in stereoscopic photography, but the reverse doesn't seem to be true. And I wonder why that is, if that is in fact the case, and not just me imagining things.
No, that's probably true. I guess the 3D scanning enthusiasts sort of are like more more tech, like maybe tech forward kind of, and like a different kind of art.
They're younger.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
I played a little bit. I tried doing some downloading some apps and trying to do 3D scanning on my iPhone, and I mean, it was really frustrating. I mean, it may have advanced some, but you have the problem with reflectivity and
Yes.
textures and I mean, I thought before you got into it, I thought, oh, this should be easy. Just take a bunch of photos. And then it turns out, well, it's not easy at all. And if I, had the money, I might, get a really expensive scanner that, used different technologies. So when light doesn't work, it, used, other things to really figure out texture and depth and all that. But the number of things I would want a 3D scan is less than what I'd want a 3D photograph.
You should check out the links that I just dropped. Those are some scans that I did using a tool called Luma. And Luma is an AI tool that creates this new type of 3D format that a lot of people in Silicon Valley are very jazzed about, called a 3D Gaussian splat. And the only inputs I've used for these two were just regular videos taken with my phone. So I just turn the video on, start moving my phone around, try to get every angle, try not to cast any shadows on what I'm capturing, and then that's it. It goes and it generates using AI, looks at every single frame and tries to create this Gaussian splat out of it. Now, it's not going to be great if you try to export it as a polygon, but as long as you're willing to show people, within the viewer that they've created, it looks amazing, in my opinion.
Well, thank you. I'm certainly going to take a look at that.
I did actually a good example. Like I was house sitting for a buddy of mine who, Paul Johnson, who does a lot of lenticular imagery, and he has an Emmy, and I took his Emmy down and I was like scanning it. I still have to ask him permission to see if I can scan it. But anyway, like, so when I did the LiDAR just around it, it's basically like a statue with kind of blobs at the top trailing off. And then the part of the globe is part of the table. Like the LiDAR didn't know that it was part of that, but the Gaussian splat just figured it out. And it was just like, oh yeah, that's part of the thing that's floating, and it looks really nice.
Is there going to be a demo of this in Wichita to see?
Yeah. And in fact, there's a there's a player to show these on the LoomPad too, I think, right? Isn't there a there is one?
There's not a public one.
Oh, okay. Well,
The way that
Whiplash
we
has
do
one.
it, the way that we do it right now is we have an OpenXR runtime, which is the API that VR headsets use, and Luma has a WebXR demo that lets you view all the splats in WebXR. And so we basically run the splat through their WebXR demo, through our OpenXR runtime, and the OpenXR runtime talks to our SDK and shows them 3D. So it's a lot of extra steps, and because of that, we haven't spent any time trying to publicly release it right now. We've got some other stuff we have to focus on, but it is pretty compelling.
So if you have a Meta 3, Quest 3, can you basically take this cloud data and view it in the Quest 3?
Theoretically, yeah. You would have to take the example file that Luma puts out. It's just called their WebXR sample. And then you'd have to modify it to have the link to your splat instead of the one that they come embedded with it. But yeah, if you're willing to do that and host it yourself on your own website, yeah, you can host a splat on any website you want.
What if you
and it'll work inside the Quest.
What if you open with the Quest browser just your Luma Labs, the Luma Labs page? Do you know if that'll work?
Yeah, for whatever reason, their standard viewer doesn't support WebXR. So they put out this extra sample where they're like, hey, if you want to do it yourself, but we're not going to make it a first party feature. I mean, I think if enough people ask them, they'll do it, but they haven't done it.
That's like another browser. That's cool. Oh, I was going to ask something about, I forgot what it was. There's that Moonlight thing that still works.
On a PC.
On a Mac too. There's a Mac way.
I never got the thing to build. I tried building it for a Mac and it just didn't ever build. Maybe not enough people have tried it to, get them to support it.
Bugging me. I had something like around the tip of my brain, and now it's exploded into a splat.
Oh, well, maybe it'll come back if we give you another 5 minutes.
It's Dave, when you're over 65, there's only two things that you lose. One is your memory, and I can't remember the other one.
It's funny how the advances in technology sort of clash with the traditionalist way of doing things, right? Or like sort of when 3D became easy to capture, and now our little hidden dark art is all messed up, and we can complain about like vertical, like disparity and things like that. But like Nima was talking about having like a lenticular at home, right? And it's done, and then all the lenticular purists would say like, but we need no, like you're.
Well, won't the glasses-free monitors and TVs finally cure the lenticular problem in the sense that you can have something on your wall and just run images through it and change them at will, as opposed to a physical piece of plastic or something that goes on your wall now? Is that far away, do you think, Nima? The classic 65-inch or 50-inch glasses free without troubles with two images?
All you need is money.
I don't know. I mean, there are products out there like one of our competitors, Proma, makes a 65-inch that I don't know if you guys have been watching Josh 3D's videos, but he bought one and just did a video on it a couple weeks ago. I got to see it when I was in Japan. Me and him went to go get sushi, and then he showed me the glasses-free 3D TV. If you're in the perfectly spot, it looks pretty great, and then if you're move even like a couple inches, it looks pretty awful. But I think you could build something really, really, really good right now. I think the problem isn't the money in the sense of how much it would cost to make, though it would be very expensive. I think the problem is there's no economic way to do it. If you're making displays, you're competing it's like wrong to think that there's like a 3D display market because there like simply isn't. There's not enough of a user base to sell any products just to 3D enthusiasts. Like even if every single 3D enthusiast bought your product, you can't make your own investment. So really your product is just in whatever market you're in. If you're making tablets, you're competing against tablets. If you're making TVs, you're competing against TVs. And so the question would be, is your glasses free 3D TV competitive with Samsung's flagship TV? And the problem with that is that it can't be. You can make it so that it has really good 3D, but you're going to have to suffer on the 2D. There's no way around that. And I think because of that, regular people aren't going to buy it, even if it's really, really great. There's just the economics don't really make sense. That's why when you see products like Looking Glass or like magnetic 3D displays, the only place where it makes sense is like at theme parks or like huge corporations. Regular people just won't buy them, even if they were like, you know, in a like $5,000. Like people just aren't going to buy them in any number that would make sense to manufacture it. That's just the unfortunate truth for the foreseeable future.
And you need content on a regular basis too, which seems you
Well,
see
maybe not. I mean, the one that Josh had, it it would play any 3D Blu-ray, and you know, there's hundreds of those, and you know, I don't watch a 3D Blu-ray every single day, so it would take me years to watch all the 3D Blu-ray content available. And then it also worked with PlayStation 3, and there's over 100 3D games available on PlayStation 3. Each of those games, you know, takes anywhere from 10 to over 100 hours to beat, and often you might want to play them again. So that's, you know, a million hours of content. And then of course all photos work on it. So all the photos that you guys capture, people share photos, etc. Stereopics, all that works on it too. And it has conversion. So any 2D video you put on it, it'll play it in 3D. And yet, despite that, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of us who are all 3D enthusiasts, none of us bought one of them, right? So that's I think there are other economics issues that come into play that aren't really like the money. It's not the cost. It's distribution. It's marketing. It's labor costs to get all the ducks in a row. It's licensing costs to make sure the Blu-ray consortium gives you a license. Yeah, there's just kind of a lot that goes along with it that I think people don't realize how complicated it is to put a product in the world.
Yeah. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask or Nima, we would love to have like some kind of Leia presence if you feel like Wichita 3D Con is, you know, going to be some kind of money making, you know, bonanza. You know, any thought like even if it's like just like a discount code or anything like that. That was another part of the email I'm gonna craft. And I'll still send it to you, but just to think and keep in the back of your mind if you want to do anything. There's workshops, there's you know, the trade fair, there's I was in the trade fair and showed it off a lot. We're doing a SIG, I know. So just, you know, throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'd love to. I've always wanted to go. I had planned to do 3D Con in 2020, which obviously didn't happen. I think that I don't make decisions about events. I'll if you guys ever have an event that you're interested in, what you need to do, I'm going to drop her name in this chat. This is her email address. Reach out to Alicia. She does all of our events. You know, candidly, we're out of the event budget for the year. We lock in things like CES, you know, the unskippable ones. Obviously, discount codes, free credits, even like LoomPad giveaways. Those are all possible, but things like us shipping an employee out there to have a booth, or things like, I don't know, paying for sponsorship, like those are basically not going to happen. But yeah, maybe like a LoomPad 2 giveaway could happen. So just yeah, whether or not I can go, I have to see what dates it is. I've always wanted to go. Maybe this year's the year, maybe not, but I've always wanted to go.
Like July 22nd or something like that. So end of July. Cool. Have you seen the Tilt 5? You played with that at all? For you guys might know Jim Harp. he ordered one back during the pandemic and was like excited for it to come. But since he got the multiple glasses, it took a long time for him to get it, and then he started working again. So finally, he was able to kind of hand it off to me, and I played with it. It's basically like a retro-reflective screen that you lay out, and you put the glasses on. They have two projectors that will project down and bounce back. And you can have multiple people, but you can see it's basically a phantogram too. So you're seeing below the table and above the table, and you can play games. And it's really like I hope to bring that to Wichita too, and try to get some stereo like photo content in it too, if it's not hard to do. What was your impression of it? I mean, you don't have to. Did you play a game on or anything?
I don't want to be negative because I really like whenever people try to bring something new into the world. I
Yeah,
think the high level concept is pretty great.
yeah,
If I'm being honest, I think the execution falls flat.
right.
It
I'll
just
say it.
doesn't
It's a
make
little
any.
wonky. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I just don't understand why anyone would want that as opposed to like an Oculus Quest. There's nothing really about it that makes it a better experience. You have to have like a wire that either plugs into a phone or a PC, which then balloons the cost and makes it pretty expensive and unwieldy.
Yeah.
The field of view is kind of narrow because it cuts off like halfway down your eyes, so you have to always be like looking down to be able to like see things in 3D.
Yeah.
I mean, I get what they were going with, and I think maybe a future product could be good, but I'm not going to pay $300 for a pair of glasses that still requires me to put a computer next to my table for me and another computer for my friend, and then another computer for my other friend, and then $300 for each of our glasses to be able to go do that. I'd rather buy like a 3D TV and
Right.
get
If
like
your
three
friend
pairs of
is,
glasses that cost like $20 each, and all of us can just play 3D games on PlayStation or something.
right. If your friend is somewhere else, yeah, like I thought it was kind of cool and I did it myself. And then I had one of my mom's friends over, this older guy, and he was real excited about it. And it was fun kind of being in the same space. Like, and now that we have pass through, that's changed a bit too. I think back when they were working on it, um, you didn't quite have the pass through, but you definitely are, you are in the same space. I didn't feel like I was separated from everyone like I do when I'm wearing the Quest, even if there's the camera on it. So that was kind of nice.
I would say try playing a game like BAM with multiple people in the same room on the Quest 3. It's like a significantly better experience than Tilt 5.
Yeah.
You're all together. You just put whatever you're playing on the table, and you can all walk around the table or stand and like whatever. It's a really really good experience.
What is it? BAM, you say?
BAM, just BAM, yeah.
Okay.
Or Demio, it was like almost like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Both of those work in mixed reality and are just really really beautiful experiences. And I think the Quest 3, even on the Quest 2, I think it's better than Tilt 5, but that's like barely better. The Quest 3, I think it's like just far and away better. And I don't want to be a hater here. Like I said, I like Tilt 5. I like what they're doing. It
Yeah.
seems like maybe they've found a market in board game enthusiasts, but like if a regular person said, "Which should I buy?" There's no way I would recommend the Tilt 5.
No. And it's all like big kind of chunky glass. One of my fans in the glasses is making a terrible sound because there's two projectors in the glasses and there's also fans. And then there's a little screen that says what's going on. And periodically my one glass is like overheating and it's not working. But it's kind of this, yeah, bizarre, like if reality went this way, but it probably won't.
I think if literally the same form factor, if they would have just had a complete FOV, like a bigger FOV than like a VR headset, and or like the same even, and if they had like a first party compute option, like they'd be like, okay, it's an extra $200 or $300 for this little box that the glasses plug into, you can just keep it in your pocket. I think if they had that, then even at that price, I'd be like, well, it's like a lot, but I can see what the value is here. Like it kind of, yeah, it replaces the need for like board games. It's like you have a digital board and everything can do that. But the trade-offs now where like you basically need to have a laptop or like a phone, like a big old phone, like somewhere to, and mostly a laptop because most of the games aren't available on Android. Yeah, like alone, it just doesn't make any sense. It's too complex, in my opinion.
Right. The other thing is that with the Quest 3, which is accessible, is now we have this stereo camera that's like strapped to our heads, and you can record like just walking around. Although I'm not sure. Maybe I need to get over looking like an idiot walking around, just recording stuff. But I don't know. Also, don't know what the use case is exactly. Am I at some like kids, or am I at a concert? Am I like just recording? Is that better than just having a real camera, or like what is a head-mounted display in a
I
video?
think the cool thing that the Quest 3 does that is difficult or impossible to do with other headsets, and there are some exceptions, but it's not using it just purely as a 3D camera. It's that you can posit the AR and VR scenes that you're in and capture those as 3D videos.
Yeah.
So if you were playing BAM, like I was talking about, and like you and two of your friends are in the real world playing in this shared like battlefield, you can just record that in 3D and you'll be seeing your friends in 3D and you'll see their characters in 3D and everything is captured in 3D. And you can just go put that in YouTube as an SBS and you can view it in YouTube 3D or on LeiaTube or like wherever you want. Like you're just able to share that content. I think that's really what's great. Even
Right.
the Apple Vision Pro doesn't let you do that right now, which is
You could
very
also-
annoying.
You'd also have your different players all recording, and then you could cut and you could edit the scenes so you're looking at it from different people's points of view.
You got it. Yep.
Wow. And then we could remake whatever that movie was where the guy had the GoPro strapped to his head. Like, I forget what that's called, like Bullet something. It was Russian. So anyway, he's running and he like jumps and he's doing action and parkour, but he's got the thing strapped to his head.
I mean, I've only been playing with the Quest 3 for a few weeks. I saw the Immer Gallery at NYSA, and that inspired me to get it. And now I'm just exploring all the different apps and that. And I am really impressed. I mean, I never realized what I was missing till I played with it.
Yeah, hopefully we can get people at 3DCon to kind of like try to introduce them, and we try to do the VR SIGs and say it's a digital stereoscope strapped to your head. But yeah, it's really all about bringing new people though too, and getting them to come to our old person conventions and all that.
Does Immer Gallery work on other things other than just the Quest 2 and 3? Does it?
Well, Daniel Pohl was here earlier. You could have asked him
Oh.
then. But I
It
don't.
was, but for now it's only on the Quest. It's not on Pico, it's not on Vive, it's not on Steam. It's Quest only.
Okay, thanks.
Only Peter Vimmer was around. He could do Vimmer Gallery. Stereoscopic player, remember? You know Peter Sinclair, you know Peter Vimmer?
No, I don't know him.
You know the stereoscopic player author? He's a kind of a youngish guy. You know?
Was he in Buffalo?
No, you would have been back in like 3DCon in like 2012. I think he was in Costa Mesa. But he made Stereoscopic Player, and then he kind of like licensed a version to NVIDIA. Yeah, you would recognize the name if you saw it.
Well, guys, you guys have been fantastic. I didn't get my afternoon nap, Peter, so I'm gonna have to call it quits.
Yeah.
This was my first West Coast meeting, and it certainly was filmed, so with lots of information. And one of the challenges for us guys is we've been around long enough that they keep changing the terminology or adding the terminology, and I keep trying to figure out what all these, you know, I like splat. You know, I hadn't heard the word splat before as something that I should learn. So it's always entertaining. So
Well, at least if you keep going to these meetings, you'll know all the new things you need to buy.
yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, it's amazing the different levels of conversations you get with the different groups. Uh, that's that's uh, that's one thing that's been very interesting. You know, some clubs are still, learning how to use Zoom, and others are still in person only. And it's just uh, it's interesting to watch the social uh, embracing of technology.
Well, it's interesting because Cascade Stereoscopic Club, we used to routinely have 15 people come to our in-person meetings, and now that we're on Zoom, we're still in Portland. There are still a lot of people in Portland. We'll only have 2 or 3 or 4 come to the in-person meeting, and everybody's getting on Zoom. So, it's they
Yeah,
didn't have to drive any further than they did prior to the pandemic. It's just that they got in the habit of going by Zoom, and they're happy with it. So,
yeah. Well, it's fun to watch them struggle with um, 3D 2D to 3D conversions of whether or not that can be allowed in competitions and stuff.
well,
And that's it.
what we've said is at our club, and Peter has routinely submitted 3D conversions. We said, our club meetings, they're not competitions. They're, for people to enjoy 3D.
Right.
So feel free to submit conversions, and and at competitions, obviously we can't allow them, but for sharing images, people love it. And we stream on YouTube now so that you can view it on the Loom pad, and there are lots of people viewing our 3D images on the Loom pad.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we did. It's it's interesting because a lot of them still can't separate. If you add the AI into the thing and AI generation, I mean, even the PSA is still struggling to define it enough that they can really categorize it. So anyway, that's another 4-hour conversation. So
I
Well,
was
I'm
I
still
the
was
experts, the people that have come on after my chat or whatever I did, a presentation, have enlightened the entire subject massively because of
yeah,
the knowledgeable people discussing it. I live in my little vacuum world where no one around me physically knows anything about
yeah.
anything. And without the Zooms, I wouldn't even learn about anything. So thank you so much for you guys that are
I'm glad Matt
doing
let
this.
us continue the meeting, because this has certainly been very entertaining, educational, and
yeah, hey, I thought I remembered what I wanted to ask Nima about. Do you know anything further about the web shim? The reason I ask is because I reached out to Jack Desbois, who does Stereopix, and he was hoping to get Stereopix to work on his Loom pad too, but I guess he got sick and he has like a an issue with that. Do you know if anyone has worked on that shim? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we got rid of that after LoomPad 1. We had it for LoomPad 1, nobody used it. And because of that, we got rid of it. Pretty simple. We're not going to keep supporting something that people don't use. And yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much the the
But,
entirety of
but
it.
no, but like Supernova, who is it? So Jake Downs, I guess on January 31st, has like a Leia Web XR. I think that was the shim that I was talking about. So it's like functional
Ah,
experimenting with Web XR working on a LoomPad 2.
Yeah, so I mean, we have our own version. So right when they posted that, we basically had our own that internally that does the. I mentioned that, which is our OpenXR runtime also has like WebXR plugs into it automatically. So in the future, I think WebXR is sort of the future of all this. So people just build for WebXR and it'll work on everything. If you want to reach out to Jake and Simon, go for it. I mean, they made something really cool. I don't think that they planned on taking it further than they did. They showed it as a proof of concept and expected other people to go build with it. But as far as I know, no one has. It's kind of the same problem. It's like you do the work, you put something out there, no one cares. So I spend any more time on it.
Right.
But yeah, I will say that Jake Desbois, I sent him a loom pad too, like maybe 9 months, a year ago. He said he'd eventually start looking at a way to bring his content to the platform, but it's up to him. He has the hardware.
Yeah, he says I don't know what his sickness was, but he said his schedule's going to be less busy and he's going to try to check into it. But he's done some kind of cool things. Like during the pandemic, we were looking for a way to have like a sort of a parent-child like slideshow, like Stereopix rooms, and so like I reached out to him and said, "Hey, what do you think it would do, or how do you think this something like this would work?" And he said, "Well, hire a computer science student, and like have him do it." And then like I don't know, like a month later, he's like, "Look what I did," and then Stereopix Rooms was there, and we're like, "All right, cool." So I'm hoping it's kind of like that for this, where one day he just says, "Check it out, here's Stereopix or Rooms," and then one person can just advance it, and then 20 people on their loom pads, it'll just change the picture. That'll be pretty cool.
Well, one thing that's always been a concern is the ability of people to adapt the technology time-wise. Oftentimes the technology is out there and it disappears just about the time it starts getting some interest and some knowledge. I always use fax as an example. If you ask people when fax came in, they think it was in the 50s. Heck, it was, before World War II that faxes came into being. But it wasn't generally accepted. It takes time for people to adapt technology. So I hope that you give us on some of these new things that are cool, give us some time to figure out how to use them, especially if you're going for more masses. Now, the young guys go faster, but Peter and I, it takes us a while to figure out how to use this stuff.
Well, yeah, Golden Gate and Cascade are the only clubs that I'm aware of that are streaming their meetings to YouTube specifically so it can be viewed on the loom pad too. If there are other clubs that are doing it, I'd like to know about it because I'd like to promote that. But basically, the technology, once you figure out how to stream to YouTube, it's not that hard to do, and yet people aren't doing it. So there's inertia.
Yeah. Well, one of the things is I run the Detroit Zoom, but I have no knowledge. I would need to do this, then this, then this, then this, then this, because I have no peripheral knowledge of what it takes to do a Facebook or a YouTube.
Yeah, it basically there was learning time involved in it because I had never streamed to YouTube. I had no interest in streaming to YouTube until I had a device that made it exciting. And I do have a little bit of information, but it's not for a neophyte. There's some information that would help you get started, but you'd need to be.
We need more of these things. It's stuff for dummies where you can actually read through it and understand it. Now, I don't know if you know that Zoom was actually started by WebEx, people that left WebEx. But it takes a long time to pick up that. Yeah, I got 20 years of history with WebEx. So.
Well, even for my presentation tonight, it was hard to go from one monitor to the other monitor. I got two monitors. I had to drag stuff over to the single
Yeah.
screen. I didn't know how to do it. Things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, we
So
got
it
it.
was,
We've got to have the chance to use the technology to be able to understand it, and then to do something new with it. Then we got to understand the new technology too, and it's a challenge, but yeah, we'll see. Thank you guys, appreciate it so much.
Thanks, Al.
good night. Good night,
Hey,
Alan.
Dave, good seeing you. Haven't
Too, Al.
so take care, and Neva, thanks a bunch, and Herb, see you again, and Mike, see you again. So, and Peter, of course. Yeah, Peter and I are in the same longitude, just about.
Yeah.
We always say though that Canada is
You
south.
mean latitude, don't you, Alan?
No, well, I'm thinking. Well, I guess you guys are a bit east of
The
us.
sideways line where
No,
I'm
I
at
was thinking the
43
vertical
parallel.
line. Well, you're south of us. Canada's south of us.
Times.
Which people
Let's not drive these guys crazy. It's boring.
Al,
Okay.
thanks for the birthday message. I'm remiss in replying to you, but I will get
Yeah,
back to you.
just
Thank you.
yeah.
So,
When was
Nima,
your,
where is your company located? Just physically in the earth.
Menlo Park, right across the bay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're a natural for this club here.
Yeah, I've attended a few times. Yeah, I wish I could attend more of them, but figured this one was about LAPIC, so I should definitely show up.
Thank you for showing up. I was very honored that you would be there. A bigwig like yourself would listen in.
I'm absolutely nobody. I'm glad that people like the tools that I help build.
Well, that's to us, you're bigwigs.
Joke's on you. He's a bot.
I'm a bot.
It's not the real.
Oh.
That's when you get the background video of yourself walking in. Like you got to play the long game.
Careful, Dave. I'm the moderator, apparently, or the host. That's what I am. So watch out.
Oh yeah. I like that. I had never noticed that their logo was a stereo pair.
Yeah, well, if you watch their meetings on the Loom pad, it's obvious that it's a stereo pair. Because, like, while you're waiting for the meeting to start, you're staring at this full screen on a Loom pad, and so.
But isn't it converted though? Like, isn't the stereo pair just converted into like a pseudo stereo?
I think it's actually drawn in stereo. I'm not sure. I think that I don't know, but
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's because when you free view it, you do get the depth. But if you're watching it just on the Loom pad, which is doing a conversion to 3D, then you wouldn't see it.
well,
it doesn't.
no,
You can do native 3D streaming,
it
and
is
it's not
native
direct conversion.
3D because basically when they're sharing images, you're getting the native 3D on the images.
Oh, so they're streaming just a side by side
They're
stream.
streaming a side by side, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So, oh, well okay. So that is a whole separate ball of wax that you're talking about because are you streaming stereo pics then?
No. So basically, the nice thing is that we are so our meeting, the Cascade Stereoscopic Club, we view it on a 3D TV. So we're streaming on YouTube the same side-by-side anamorphic 3D that we're showing on the 3D TV. And the advantage is if we show a 3D video, that also streams to the Loom pad in 3D.
Right.
Whereas stereo pics doesn't stream videos.
No, that's not true. It'll do videos. You just have to code the file that way. It can do phantograms too. Only really in the headset, but yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. I guess I need to figure
It,
out.
it may not be as slick. I mean, the YouTube might be like slicker, but how do you do the stills then? Like, do you?
So the stills, basically all the stills are basically put on the 3D TV. So it's the same way we put those on a 3D TV.
But what's driving them?
So it's actually okay. So for the stills, we're actually using Stereopix rooms. So the 3D TV is seeing the Stereopix rooms.
Right.
And then when we play movies, instead of driving it with Stereopix rooms, we're basically just streaming. And so I'm using a I can't think of the name of that little box. It's you know, like
Little Android box or something.
It's boy, I'll probably think of it after the meeting's over, but it's a Stream Deck.
Oh, Stream Deck. Okay. And Gary
So I'm
decided
just using a Stream Deck, and so I can use different buttons on the Stream Deck to select which content is showing on the 3D TV.
Okay, gotcha. And you're doing OBS to stream to?
Yes, we're
Okay.
using OBS.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah, I guess like in an ideal world, we would have some kind of like a like the NSA could say like, oh, you want to run a stereo club meeting? Like, here's kind of how, and here's some, like, people have talked about, like, here's some content you could use or whatever for.
Well, I have a write-up on the Cascade Stereoscopic Club website, but it's certainly not a for dummies. It sort of assumes a certain level of technical knowledge, but
Yeah.
but it'll basically I talk about how I use the Stream Deck. I talk about how I use a Stereopix rooms. I talk about how I use OBS. I talk about how everything's configured. I'm running it on a Mac, so I have some macros that are driven by the Stream Deck to basically switch which window comes in front so that the right thing gets streamed. And I'm happy to answer questions, but it's not something, if you're not technically oriented, it's not something that you could just
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, I think we all kind of like found each other. I forget. It's funny because Al, who just left, I made the link that I put in the chat is a Stereopix slideshow that has a video as part of it. So if you want, if you want, and it's got a phantogram too.
That's useful. I'm going to have to take a look at that.
And now that you have the Meta Quest, go to this link in the browser and then look at it, because what happens is when you get to that image, it'll say look down, and then you look down and there's like the little phantogram popping out. It's pretty neat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's neat.
Yeah.
Is that going to be demoed at Wichita? My favorite phrase.
Stereopix?
Or the thing with the phanogram on the headset or whatever it is.
I don't, maybe in the VR SIG. That would be nice because it's nice to be able to do that. The cool thing is that it could work as part of rooms, so you could actually have someone in the front, and if you had like 10 headsets, people could be wearing them, and then you could just flick through and you could show. If it had pass through, it would be even better, because then it would be like you were in the same room, and you're just having floating 3D there, which I think Immer Gallery can do. Is that?
Immer Gallery doesn't do pass through. At least I haven't seen any way to do pass through.
Or maybe DOVR added that. I thought Immer Gallery may have. They may have.
Well, since Immer Gallery
Yes, it can.
he can do pass through.
I'm pretty sure it can because I was testing, and actually he adds, yeah, he's added something too where it gives like a bubble level for when you're filming 3D, and you can put it in different.
Oh, okay. You're talking about when you're using Immer Gallery as a camera, not
Well,
when you,
I think that it can do. I mean, I think it can do pass through for the other portion too. I
okay.
think. Yeah, I could be
See,
wrong.
now I'm just going to have to go experiment because basically every time I put on that headset, I learn something new.
I
Yeah.
tried to do an 1920 vintage, I'm a vintage fan, as a phantogram. I took a girls canoeing on a lake in the 1920s and just sort of manipulated the photo where I put the window way on the water and they rose above it, and twisted them, distortion tool kind of thing, with modestly successful. Got it printed at Walmart, laid on table, and had a look with anti-glue glasses, and lo and behold, they were sort of sitting up, a little distorted and not perfect, but because I would love to learn how to do historic images as phantograms and things that weren't originally shot with two lenses. Or
Is that going to be displayed at 3D Con?
Yeah, I could bring it. It's just a little photo in a suit. I could put it in my suitcase. But and I'd like to do hockey players at full size as phantograms too. I have access to a hockey player. I could have him stand on the ice or break on the ice so his snow's throwing up.
Gary can get you basketball players.
Can you? Oh, I couldn't get over their head to shoot down on them.
Well, that's probably true.
Well, I always thought about doing the phantograms though with like people hanging from like a trapeze, or gymnasts like on rings and bars, and then have them on the ceiling instead of the floor. That could work, right?
Jim
That
Hart
could
made
work.
one like
Yeah.
in VR. There in the NYSA room, there was a trapezist. Not that you shouldn't do it.
No, I mean, I just always thought it would be a really cool installation, to be able to walk into a room and look down for some, up for some, and to the walls for others, right? Because you could do it in any one of those planes, correct?
You could. Are you doing any sports-based projects now, Gary?
No, the last, I'm just a dabbler with this stuff and a lurker. I thought I better turn the video on so you didn't think I fell asleep or worse also. So,
well, we don't know. You might have been asleep for the last 2 hours.
Well, I know that's true, but at least I woke up then. So no, I was really worried about
Well, that's the nice thing about this is the technology that's brought to us. The brain starts thinking how to do something weird with this stuff and different, and because we all got different imaginations to try.
Yeah,
something.
I mean, I like, I was very much an anti-converter, conversion person for most of my 3D life, but I've mostly been a collector than a practitioner. But the Leopix, really has sold me on, it being worthy enough to do conversions, right? So there's a lot of situations in my work, it just couldn't be practical, couldn't be done, to shoot actual 3D. So now the fact that the software is so good that you get so close just running it one time, I'm really interested in going back to some of my earlier work and using it on some of that, because I've seen, some teams have done, let's say, promotional like Viewmaster reels, right? And then they go back and they do conversions from vintage sports photos. And usually it's been pretty crappy in the past, because there really wasn't a way to do it efficiently and do it well, or the people coming up with these ideas knew absolutely nothing about stereoscopy to begin with, right? They just find some company in China or wherever to put this fake Viewmaster viewer together and then do a set of 7 conversions, but yeah, I mean, I've been pretty amazed with just the little bit that I've tried out, and it's what I like is that it's real easy to see, where the depth map doesn't work, and I enjoyed just testing it out that way, right? So I did like some concert stuff, and I could see like there was a kind of a wider shot of Springsteen, and then the drum set didn't know what to do. So like the bass drum was way out front, right? And then the cymbals, because they're at oblique angles, they couldn't tell which was the front of the cymbal and which was the back, But then when I did some of my basketball stuff, like the glass remote shots where the camera's up behind the backboard, kind of looking down, I did one of those, and I think the only thing that was off was the net hanging down from the rim. It couldn't quite tell where the front part of the net was versus the back part, or the distance, the close versus distance. But other than that, the players on the court and in the air, they were all pretty much exactly where they were supposed to be.
And that's probably just a matter of training too. Like if you were to train it on all basketball images, then maybe you're gonna. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean,
what I've heard, but it seems like that would.
That the AI would get better. I mean, the more we work with different types of images. I mean,
think about it this way. Think how bad automatic conversion was only 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And so if it's gotten this much better in 2 years, think where it could potentially be 2 years from now.
I guess the question I have then based on that is, even though we talk about it being AI assisted software or conversions, don't the changes still have to be made in the software itself?
Basically what happens is if the AI is basically you looking at a huge number of images, then it may not be a change, and I'm not an expert in AI, but it may not be a change in the software. It may be a change in the database or the
right,
data.
Right.
Okay, so yes, a change has to happen, but it is not necessarily reprogramming the software. What it might be instead is reprogramming the collection of images that it's using.
But I would so that okay, so I'm trying to kind of
and I'm not an expert, so that might be completely wrong, but
I think of it this way. I think, let's say I don't know, let's just use my example here. A backboard glass remote camera looking through the backboard. Now, if the conversions, I'm not even sure we should call it software. If it's an interactive conversion tool, I guess it's still software, right? If it starts to see, let's see, a much greater number of those types of images, will it learn on its own? I don't think so.
Very often it's not learning on its own. Very often it's learning by assistance. In other words, so basically what happens is somebody goes in and says, this one's wrong, and this one's wrong, and this one's wrong, and here's how to correct it. Now when it sees a fourth and a fifth and a sixth, it says, oh, based on my experience with the first, second, and third, now I know how to do it correctly.
Sure. Like in my example, at some point, a programmer would have to add to that set of instructions, when you see this round orange rim and there's this white, net underneath, there's going to be a front and a back to the net rather
Right.
than let's be confused about what we're looking at type of thing.
That's not really how machine learning works. But,
Okay. Well, and that's what we're asking. I think, it's like,
yeah.
how does it
So,
adapt to that?
so, I mean, I'm going to give you the really scary answer, which is like, we don't really know. Like AI models are, they've been around for 20 years and they've only really gotten popular in the last like 5 to 10. And we don't know. We know how to like make them, but we don't know how to tell it to do. So what really happens is you have a data scientist or a machine learning engineer is what you call them, and they'll basically put in different types of data and see what the output is. And they'll just keep trying to like tweak the type of data that's going in there and just change a bunch of random numbers until they see an AI model that pops out that does the thing that they want. So it's not going to be, it's not like what you said where they see the orange and they go, hey, you messed up on this orange, do it better time. What they'll instead do is they'll go, okay, like we want to handle this situation. So let's try a bunch of different things until that situation's fixed. And then once that situation is fixed, let's make sure that none of the other situations that are like important got worse. And then they'll just basically just keep generating these models, and it's this called like training the models. So they'll keep training the models until it gets them the result that they want. But it's not ever that specific. It's not like, hey, I don't like that, do this better. It's like
right, and I didn't mean it to be really that specific because there's 3 billion gazillion things that would have to be manually input that way, right? So it's based more on, like you said, a pattern, or like when you say I'm not even sure what word you just used.
The way to think about it is that like a program, like a computer program, whether it's in the web or like on a computer, is actually really lots of little programs. And so there's like two major programs that are in a class of programs that are called machine learning models, or just models is what we call them.
Okay.
And the two critical ones that are in LayupX are, one is called the depth estimation, and the other one is called the novel view synthesis. So the depth estimation model is the model that looks at 2D images and gives you an AI depth map out of it. Now, if you upload your own depth map, then you're skipping out on that model. Like you're not using what that model is doing. The second part of it is the novel view synthesis, which is the model that tries to create new views. So whether that's 2 views for stereo, whether that's an animation, which is like, 25, 30 views, whatever it is, that model is just, the whole focus of that model is creating views based on the information given. And the information given is usually one image and one depth map. And using those two, that's the input. The model gives you the output, which is usually a bunch of images. So there's kind of like two models. And then like the rest of the software that you're seeing, things like the depth map editor, is like the value adjustments that give you different things. Those are all their own programs. So like those are just a bunch of tiny little programs that each do a different thing.
So
and they all kind of like feed into each other.
Yeah, one thing that came up the other day, somebody did a conversion. They took 1/2 of a vintage stereo view and ran it through the conversion to see how the conversion would stack up to the original stereo view. That wasn't really something incredibly novel to begin with, but what it made me wonder is that does the conversion software, the AI, whatever we call it, tend to draw first on like typical depth cues or clues that we would see in a 2D image that we know, through life experience and things, from perspective, or foreground, background type shapes? Does it draw on that to make a more accurate assessment of depth? So like this image was 2 rows of soldiers going off into the distance, right? So you have these very typical perspective and depth cues, right? That even if you only had one eye, you're looking at this line and you assume tiny soldiers are far away and big soldiers are in front. Is that kind of where it starts from? Or not?
That's not where it starts from. Like
Okay.
the model doesn't have any knowledge of like what things are by default. It just kind of does things.
Okay.
However, in that specific question, yes, the models have been tuned for at least identifying the sky and identifying the ground. And it
Okay.
is using the ground and like the way it thinks the ground is tilted to create a cleaner depth map. So that's like something that's been kind of like embedded into the model because, the reason that we have layapix.com is we have an app that was for Red Hydrogen and LoonPad and LoonPad 2, which was called just Layapix, which is like a social network. It's kind of like Stereopix, but it's just a social network. And people would always post a bunch of images, and we realized that like, okay, we've assessed all these images, and we can pretty much tell that like in 90% of the images, you've got a ground, the ground is visible, the ground goes into the background. So we should spend like a serious amount of time trying to do ground segmentation to identify the ground. And the ground is almost always like a plane. Like the ground is usually not lumpy. It's usually not, it's just flat and goes back. Or if it is lumpy, the lumps are so small and in the distance that like they don't really affect the depth map very much. So that is something that was embedded into it. I actually couldn't tell you whether it's in the initial depth estimation model or if during depth estimation there's like a step where they do the segmentation separate from the model doing the depth estimation. I can tell you, but I do know that they do something specific for that. But it's not like the model like understands like this is what perspective means and this is like what things are. It just kind of has been fed enough information that it just makes the right choice based on that information. It doesn't like know what something is. The things it does know though, the things that like that have like been embedded into it is like what's the ground, what's the sky, what's a person, and what's a face specifically, and then what is a dog, and maybe like a cat as well. But I'm not 100% sure about cats. But like dogs, people, faces, ground, sky are all the ones that are like expressly there's like things in there to make those look a little better.
But then it probably draws on patterns also, right? Like in this.
That's what all of AI is.
Okay.
AI is just you're building that you like
So,
feed
so
it a
that's
bunch of data,
so that's
which
why
makes it but it doesn't know what the patterns are. It's just kind of like we don't even know how it really works. It's just like
Okay.
we've given it enough data that it's like good at guessing the patterns. And when
Yeah,
it's not
maybe
good at guessing the pattern, we kill the AI and we make a new one until we find one that is good at identifying the patterns, basically.
Yeah, I guess I was just applying logic to something that
So-
maybe
so-
doesn't
So
need it.
no human ever has to approve a pattern. It just happens and happens over and over again. And eventually, some human must say that road is lovely as a gradient now or something, or maybe not.
Yeah. There's basically a series of
Approving.
test cases. So like there'd be like a series of test cases where we'll be like, okay, here are all the images that already look great. Here are some images that don't look great. Let's keep tweaking it until these new images look great. And then once the image looks great, then you have to test back against all the stuff that we knew used to look great and make sure it didn't get any worse. And then once that happens, then we're good to go. And there's ways to automate that. For example, one of the really obvious ways we've done is that we use 3D cameras, and a 3D camera has two images. And the two images let us get a very, very good high quality depth map from doing 3D to depth, basically. Stereo to depth is what they call it. And so stereo to depth, that gives us a ground truth. But then what we'll do is we'll just take the left eye image and we'll have the AI model try to guess what the right eye image is just based on the left eye. And we already know what the truth is because we have the right eye image. And so the AI just has to keep going and keep going and keep going until it does a good job of guessing what the right eye image is. And the things that work that are really hard for us to do, and it's actually hard for everyone to do, are very specifically things like fences or like repeating lines and patterns. And the reason is because those don't really exist in the real world very often. Those are very, very rare, and the repeating patterns mess up the AI. And if you spend a lot of time focusing on fixing that, the AI will actually get worse at other things. So there's like trade-offs that we've made where like, yeah, fences look bad unless you like fix them by hand, but like human faces look good, which is like what's really important. People want to take pictures of their baby or like their girlfriend or whatever and get a good 3D photo out of it. And our data shows that's like what matters a lot more than like fences. So yeah, you can find things that break it, but it's designed to look 90% good 90% of the time. If you want it to look 100% good, just use a 3D camera, you know?
That's maybe why that Cree stereo thing has always been kind of poor when I've tried it, but it's supposed to be like, give us the stereo pair and then we're going to make the depth map. And here's an example of a chain link fence. And I've tried it and I'm like, this sucks. I can't, it's a good idea, but that makes sense. What you're saying is that there's trade-offs.
But see, like the lineups of these soldiers, it actually worked really well. So now,
Great.
now maybe it wasn't just seeing a picket fence, but it was seeing a lineup of perhaps humans and knew that, you know, and that's why it worked really well. But it still had that element then of those depth cues, you know, of the perspective going from large to small and in what would be the distance, you know. And I don't mean to like take over this conversation. I just got one other thing that I've been kind of thinking about. So along with me starting to use the Leopix, I've been playing around with AI illustration with Midjourney, right? So I've found in my experience that the 3D conversions are generally really, really good with the AI illustrations. Is there some kind of logical reason for that? Or, you know, no.
We have no idea why it works well. Like originally,
but,
our
but is it,
models
I mean, that's
only...
something you have experienced that it works.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well? Okay.
Oh yeah, it works great, and we don't know why. It was very surprising. We used to try our conversion. We used to test it against like paintings and stuff, and it used to be pretty bad with paintings, and it got a little bit better. And for some reason, and we don't understand why this is, but AI based generations seem to give better and more accurate, or I guess accurate is the wrong word, more expected depth to like what we think it should be,
yes,
than like a regular painting. And we think we have like some theories about it, but we really have no idea why. We think that there must be like some sort of deterministic element to the rules of how an AI image is drawn that our AI model is able to pick up on in a way that if a human hand draws something,
they're speaking to each other. Is how I think of it. You know, you've got two robots talking to each other, and they start from the same kind of, I don't know, base of robot knowledge, and it meshes together well, better than we mesh with either of those. You know.
I mean, I will say that if a human draws something hyper real, our AI is going to do great. If a human draws something that is like pretty like logical to real life scale, our AI is going to do great. But it's like our AI doesn't do great when a human does anything that's like even a little bit, I guess, like impressionistic. Whereas
Jackson
like impressionistic
Pollock comes to mind.
AI will, yeah. But if you do like a Jackson Pollock through an AI product, seems to work out pretty good with our AI too, and we don't really know why. But that's that is the case. You found one of our unknown mysteries.
Seems like we could just ask them. Couldn't they tell us? You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't you wish? Yeah.
But
we never asked.
But back to the 3D, a real 3D picture that you were training and trying one half and see how the AI does. It seems easier to do the flat to 3D grayscale map than a stereo picture to 3D, which I would have thought it would be much easier. Sorry, to grayscale map. Taking a 3D image like an old stereo card, trying to make a grayscale map out of it.
I think we're just not being given the tools. Is that right, Nima? I mean, like you guys, you have like a stereo to depth algorithm, but we just don't really have access to it.
I mean, I'm going to tell you guys the truth about that one. So if you go look at the LoomPad 1 and you use Leia Player in LoomPad 1, you can have a 3D photo and then create a depth animation, and it'll create an animation from your 3D photo there instantaneously, really fast, and it looks really, really good. The reason why that's on LoomPad 2 is because the person who made that left Leia, and we don't know how it works. So we had to rebuild one, and it was rebuilt like within the last like 6 months. It was rebuilt, and so we're getting ready to release that on Leopix. But yeah, the guy who left, he left like, I don't know, 2020, like first year of COVID or whatever. So we just don't know how it works. You have to like update. The models are all made for specific, like ML is like pretty complicated, and the models have to be create. It's difficult to make a model that just scales and works well on every single different chip. So you have to make it for every chip specifically. So he had made it for the LoonPad ones chip. Well, they actually made it for the Hydrogens chip and then the LoonPad ones chip. But then no one knew how to make it for the LoonPad 2's chip because the guy who made it was gone. So now our ML team has made a whole new version of it. And we do have a version that runs on LoonPad 2, but it's awful. It like works a lot worse than what the LoonPad 1 version is. So the version we're releasing is only going to be on Pix.com, which runs Layapix.com's conversions. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. They're much better than what the LoonPad 2 does. Obviously, on LoonPad 2, it's free, but it's happening on your LoonPad 2's chip, and that chip is a mobile chip. Layapix.com uses an array of full-size PC GPUs. So it's using NVIDIA RTX 4090s, which is the top-end GPU. And because of that, you're going to get much better quality than you do when you do stuff on the LoonPad 2. And that's also why we have to charge for it, because it's not happening on your device that you paid for. It's happening on our computers that we pay for. Yeah, that version is going to come out, but it's going to be on layapix.com only.
And that's fine because basically the pricing is fully reasonable. So, paying.
I'm glad you think so. We have a lot of people who complain.
Well,
lots and lots of people message us and complain.
I mean,
and our margin isn't huge. It costs us almost as much as we charge everyone else.
Well,
so
I mean, basically, if you compare the price of a conversion to a cup of coffee, I mean, what are people complaining about? Things cost money. But I mean, I know people complain. People complain about everything. But
if I've understood correctly, Nima, does that mean if I got a LumaPad 1 and put a regular old-fashioned stereo card in there, I could get a half-decent depth map out of it?
No, so it does generate the depth map internally, but the only output we ever released for it was the animations. So you can get a really good animation out of it for free, but it does not give you the depth map. The depth map is created internally.
Unless you were to run the software and then stop it midway and then go back and find it.
Yeah, I mean, if someone could hack it, I mean, I wouldn't stop them. We don't support LoopPad 1 anymore. Hack all of our old stuff. You have my official permission. I don't mind.
Can you release the source to that old stuff?
I mean, we're trying to open source more things, and I've released some open source projects at Leia, but our Leia player is, unless we go bankrupt, there's no world in which Leia player is going to be open source, and all that stuff is in the Leia player.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to revisit my issue again, me, Mr. Vintage, on the new layapix.com that's coming up soon. I can do that stereo card to grayscale map. Is that correct, for a fee?
I don't know if this version, we have that working. I don't know if this version is going to have the feature, but make sure when it comes out that you, on Twitter, on our forums, on the Discord, ask for it. I don't run the project anymore, but the guy who does listens to people, but he only listens to people who complain publicly. If you email him, or if you I don't know, complain on a forum that's not a Leia forum, he doesn't care and doesn't listen. But if it's on the big social media platforms like Twitter, or on our platforms like Discord and our forum, they'll definitely listen. So yeah, going on the Photo 3D group and complaining, he doesn't care. He doesn't read that.
And when was this going to happen in case it accidentally has the feature I'm looking for?
I don't know. Like I said, our computer vision team, they already built it. The release is going to be this month, later this month.
Oh.
You'll definitely notice there's going to be some announcements and changes to the website. So don't worry, you'll notice the changes coming. But
Right.
well, I want to hear what your guys' opinion is after the changes come out. It's got a lot of new features, but there might be things you guys are angry about. Don't worry, it's not going to get more expensive or anything. But it'll come out eventually. Ask for it. The more you ask for it, the sooner it'll come out.
Thank you.
Hey, just kind
I,
of
I had only used the LumaPad to do the conversion so far. So what's the big advantage of the website?
Yeah, really simple. On the tablet, you're using a tablet chip, which is small and weak. On the website, not only do you get all the special features, all the knobs, dials, depth map editor, all those nice things, but the most important thing is that it's using a full-size computer chip, which is like this big. It's like a full graphics card, and that gives you much higher quality conversion, which means you're getting both better depth estimation and better view synthesis when you use layapix.com versus on the tablet.
does
Definitely
it
have to
still
try
does it
that.
still give you like maybe a little bit less quality if like the servers are really busy? Like, is it better to try again sometimes?
I mean, it's better to try again in the future when the models get updated. There have been times where we had a bug where, I mean, I don't know how no one else found out. Like I found out, but we had this bug where we have like a worse version of the estimation and a better one, but the worst version, you're right, is only supposed to hit when like the servers are really overloaded. But they're basically never supposed to be overloaded like that. We're supposed to just get more servers. But for like a month or two, maybe like a year ago, um, it was just like 90% of the going to the worst version of it. And I was complaining. I was like, guys, these are like really bad. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? Like, we're like, dude, you're imagining things. And then I like found an old one that I did. I was like, no, it was actually a depth map of a Pokemon that I'd uploaded. And I was like, no, look at this old one. This Pokemon depth map is perfect. And this one's like pixelated, it's bad, whatever. And when
Right.
people saw that, because they all know what the characters look like, they're like, oh, you're right. Like, that's really bad. Where it's
Yeah.
like when it's a photo, you don't really know what it's supposed to be like in 3D. So the depth map of it, you could be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. But when they saw this character, they're like, oh wow, you're right. Like this is really bad.
Yeah.
It's character they're used to seeing in 3D and like 3D games. So they fixed it. So the answer is, in a very rare case, maybe you want to try it again later or try it like right then. But um, if there's images that you really like, I'd recommend, every or like either follow our social media or just every few months try it. And if we announce there's a new updated model, try that and see if it looks better.
Yeah. I've kind of been doing that throughout for different, I use the same image on different platforms and things just to kind of keep a baseline all it's good. The so I know that Stereo Photo Maker will do that, the Alt D, it'll create the stereo pair from a depth map and a 2D. But I've noticed that I noticed first in VR that it definitely like it like tears in places that you wouldn't normally look at. Like if you look at it up really close, like if you have just a regular a pyramid and then you have the gradiated depth map and then you do the thing, there's definitely like stair stepping, like chukajunk, kajunk, chukajunk. Do you know, I guess is that because he's using some different like point comparison or something, whereas you're using the that second AI, the novel view synthesis?
Yeah, I mean he's using DMAG, and I don't know
I don't
which
think
parts he's implemented
he's not using
himself.
DMAG, not for the
For at least the depth estimation. I know that it requires you to download DMAG in Stereo Photo Maker to make the depth estimation work. I don't know about whether the depth to 3D part
that's what I
he's
mean.
using that or he's making his own thing. I don't know. I
Yeah,
couldn't tell you.
yeah.
I do know that our stuff, it's like completely made by us, which is why it's
Mhm.
better than most other people's. Most other people use this thing open source project, and then even when a better project comes out, they don't update anything. And one of the beauties of us making our own is that it's like very flexible. So when a new research paper comes out that has something that's actually better, we can just implement it into our thing, and we're not stuck with all the changes we made to someone else's thing.
Right,
So
right.
yeah.
I don't think many people know that your depth map to side to SPS converter is better than stereo photo makers, like for whatever reason. But it's weird, yeah. So,
I mean, I love Stereo Photo Maker. It has a lot of real value. I just I think that there's different tools that are good for different things. I think a lot of people don't want to pay at all for conversions, and I think that makes sense. If you're making something that you're not going to make money off of, or if you don't care that much about the quality, why would you pay for it? You should just do it in the free way. But if you care
Well,
about the quality for whatever reason, then, you know, we spend a lot of money making ours good. So that's why
I
it
don't know.
costs money.
Maybe it's because I remember how much I had to pay for film. But basically, if you had a good picture and you wanted to blow it up to an 8x10, how much did it cost you to do that versus how much does it cost today to take a picture digitally and then run it through LayerPix? I mean, with all the inflation, it's like, do 100 of them. It's not that expensive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see once video comes out whether it's going to change the economics of how we're doing things. I don't know that there's as much demand for 3D video from consumers as there is for 3D photos, especially with the difference. Because think about it, like a video is just, it's like hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of frames, right? So each of those frames is going to cost, it's going to cost less than like a single image on LayerPix now, but it's not going to cost that much less. So I do wonder if people are going to be willing to pay, I don't know, $20 to take their like 30-minute video of their daughter's birthday or like 5th birthday or something and turn that 3D. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if that's what 3D enthusiasts want or not.
Well, so I mean, I'm just gonna keep throwing out examples. So if you buy a 3D Blu-ray, how much does it cost? Okay, so now if you can get a 3D video of something that really is meaningful to you, $20 isn't that much.
Trick question. It's hard to
If
find.
you care about 3D.
and photography. I mean,
Okay,
I
so
can tell you all sorts of horror stories.
I'm one of those freaks that cares about 3D and cares about photography and is willing to pay for something that has value to me.
Yeah,
Well-
I think all of us are.
Me too, buddy.
It's
Me
the
too.
people, it's the
Yeah.
people that think the pictures they take with their phone are as good as ours that won't want to pay for something,
Hopefully your credit system will apply to all these different features coming in. I've got a whole mass of credits.
Nope.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
love
it
to
will.
apply them to different platforms you use.
How
It's a
did you
different
get
currency.
so many credits, Peter?
That's what I was wondering.
How many
Was it-
credits? I got 99,000 credits left.
Is it
I think
influence?
that's what I got. I bought a whole mass of credits at the one time. I went crazy. I guess I was crazy, but
Was it
hey, they
did we
work
have
fast, easy.
was it right before we raised the price? Because I know that we announced that we're going to raise the price in like a week or two. Did you buy it at the lower price?
Yeah. Well, I got a nice discount for getting so many credits, so it worked out to very reasonable. I just have to live another 40 years to use them all up. But with your new features you're bringing in, if you do this, 3D vintage card thing, I'll be blasting away with my credits on that.
You could do
I
one
mean,
more.
if you want to make, like one movie is probably going to be like 99,000 credits. Probably not. Maybe like two movies. But yeah, if you want to
Yeah.
spend them on converting, I don't know, The Matrix or whatever your favorite old movie is into 3D, go for it.
So
I'm
Pete,
not a video guy, so they'll be on still photos. So that'll last forever, probably.
Peter, you're talking about though using vintage stereo views to do something with?
I just, as an example, or stereo pairs or realist pairs, any kind of normal film capture.
So how are you improving on those with these new processes?
Right now, I don't do them because I tried to learn the whole thing with the Ugo Capetto system and the various methodologies to get a stereo image to create a map, and I couldn't figure it out. It was past my pay scale.
Is your goal to convert those to digital? Is that the idea?
Yeah, and maybe make a lenticular out of it. If I find some of those with big parallax, like the one with the feet sticking out on that Underwood type of thing.
Right.
It's just getting a
I really
grayscale
want,
map.
what I really want to see people do is, I still see people to this day posting wigglegrams, and wigglegrams just look bad. Like they are not comfortable. This is my opinion. I've never been a fan of wigglegrams. Either use a stereoscope or look at a 2D image. Like the wigglegram, the in between just isn't good. But once we put out the 3D to stereo like feature of layapix.com, you can get full animation that uses your both of the true views in your stereo pair and interpolates between them smoothly. And I think those are really beautiful. I think that a true 3D animation does look good. I think that does communicate to others what the value of 3D is. Because they'll try it with their 2D and they'll be like, that's really good. And then they'll see the 3D ones and be like, wow, that's better. How did you get it better? And it's like, well, I shot it with a 3D camera. So it has a lot more information to work with. It interpolates a lot smoother. It doesn't have a lot less artifacts. So that's what I'm excited about is hopefully wigglegrams will die. If our product can kill wigglegrams, I'll be happy.
And the wigglegrams go 100 miles an hour too. They don't do a nice slow one. But you could then take hypers from the old days and do because lenticulars, I would love to put in a hyper, or I can do my own hypers, and you make all the in-betweens and very well thought out because you have actual realistic outside edges. And now suddenly lenticulars get to be very quick to make good.
Yep.
Until you have to print it.
Yeah, till we're doing the lenticular, but at least we can get the files looking good because I don't have all that smearing effect to have to fix up.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty easy. So all you do is you basically get one of our animations, you do it with the horizontal only, and then you basically turn off the looping. And then I would say it has like a bounce at the end of it. You want to find a way to adjust it so there's no bounce, so all the views are evenly spaced. And then you can just take a tool, FFmpeg, which will take all the frames from the animation, the MP4, pop them out as JPEGs, and boom, run them through one of the programs that'll interlace it for you. Seems like you could do it today, but obviously with a true 3D photo, it'll be better.
Today, but it's low, yeah, and it's not true. Yeah, the resolution.
Something I've been trying is to give it huge disparity, where you might have 30, 40 as a nice modest 3D picture. I'll put 200 or 300 in. It goes completely skewy on the outside edges, but the middle 4, 5, 6 images or in the middle tends to not have smearing, but has more parallax. So it's like a way to try and cheat to get the middle images having the correct parallax and not smear. It semi works. But anyway.
Okay, everyone. I think that's my limit for the day. So I think I'm gonna get going. But it was great hanging out with all of you.
Can I ask one quick question? Can I ask a real quick? Is the video conversion object based, or is it doing each like frame separately?
I mean, it's kind of difficult to answer that. It's like the way AI works is a little complicated, but basically it's doing both. The two things it's doing is it's doing a depth estimation per frame, exactly like the photo stuff that you guys are currently doing. But on top of that, it's also looking at motion across frames. So it's not about like, what is this discrete object, but the pixels of an object that are closer to you are going to move less when the camera moves than pixels that are far away. And that's called a feature point detection. And it's watching how these feature points are moving between the frames. And it's putting both of those things together to get you a really high depth map. So in theory, with video, you'll actually get even better 3D than you do with photos. So if you're already happy with the 3D depth of photos, with videos, you're going to be blown away. Like, it's incredible.
Okay.
So yeah, especially if the camera or the things that you're shooting are moving. If they're not, then there's no motion for it to use. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks for squeezing that last bit of stuff out of you. That's
more to think about. Wonderful.
All right. Good talking
Thank
to you guys.
so much, Nima.
Talk to you later.
Thanks,
Bye.
Nima.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Nima.
All right. As host, we're all finished yakking, I assume.
Yeah, I think that,
4 hours, yeah.
I mean, thanks for hanging around. I think this has been a fascinating discussion, and um,
Yeah, this May we're getting all these new features to look at, eh? It's already May. They're gonna come out in a couple of weeks or something.
Yeah, that's exciting.
So how do I unhost or do
you don't
something?
have to do anything. All you have to do is quit. And actually before you quit, if anybody wants to save the chat, save it now, because once the meeting ends, the chat is gone.
Hmm.
But all you have to do is either close the window or quit Zoom, and the meeting will end.
Leave the word leave meeting in the upper right is the thing I click. Or that was myself that leaves, but the thing keeps running.
I
At the
don't.
bottom, when you click leave, it'll say like leave meeting for everyone or leave meeting for just you.
That's what I was wondering, or just for me.
For
Has,
everyone.
has anyone, have we all quit anyway? and I see end down at the bottom right-hand corner. Red word
So when you
and.
click end,
That'll do it.
That'll quit. That kills the Zoom. Everything's over, and everyone disappears.
and Matt
we
can
just have
have his
we just have
and
leave.
Matt can have his meeting back on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, that's right. If I don't leave, he can never come. That's the end of the Golden Gate Club. I hold it ransom, and you all
Hold it
have to
hostage,
send
yeah.
me
Hold it hostage.
buy credits to see it. Okay, so if everyone's finished, I'm going to push the word end, and I hope nobody explodes. Have a great evening, everybody.
You guys.
Good night, folks.
Take care. Thank you. Great session. Boy, I'm glad there was the after party, whatever. Learned a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
All right, end is coming. 1, 2, 3, end.